into parts of the eastern big country, eastern Concho Valley. They're moving east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. They're cooking and booking. And the results is that the threat for some mischief in the Metroplex is going to be increasing sooner rather than later. With these storms extending from near Interstate 20 down to east of Cross Plains to near Santa Ana, now that these have evolved into more of a line of storms, the threat for wind is going to increase. We could have winds 60, 70 plus miles an hour. The potential for quarter to tennis ball size hail. Even though these storms are linear, they still have supercellular characteristics. And the potential for big hail, big wind. And again, for those of you wondering, we are streaming on 2 YouTube channels. Facebook, we are streaming on Twitch, X, our website, and within the Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Got going on here. I'm having to watch. That's a little concerning. Cooley, let me know if you're still listening. If not, I'll just talk to you directly on Zello. Here, we'll switch back to the state view. We'll turn on a radar loop. Y'all can see what we have going on. For what it's worth, we got a dust storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Comanche, Eastland, Erath, Palo Pinto, and Stevens County in Texas.
That'll be for the storms from near Eastland to Ranger to Strong to Rising Star, moving it towards Gordon, Huckabee, Morgan Hill, Stephenville, Rucker, Desdonia, Santo, Brazos. We've got... Sorry, I keep looking at stuff and getting distracted. It's a hazard of this job. And starting to see a little bit of rotation with that storm southeast of Eastland, too. With these storms moving east, 50 miles an hour towards I-35. I'm about to sneeze. Thank heavens for that magical mute button. Behind the line of storms in the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, even parts of the big country, Midland, Odessa, Fort Stockton, over to San Angelo, we got blowing dust. We got a dust storm. We got winds west of the dry line blowing 50, 60 miles an hour out of the west. So, as we zoom into storms, you can see we have the most storms across portions of North Texas, back into the eastern Concho Valley. These storms could eventually threaten the DFW Metroplex in the next hour. They're moving east at about 50 miles an hour. You could see that when I turn the satellite back off here. I'll turn the satellite off. You can see those storm track boxes. Those are the 1 hour tracks there, right there. Those are the 1 hour storm tracks. So you could see like this storm moving east at 50 could be in Denton County by 7 o'clock. This storm west of Stephenville moving east at 50 could be approaching Granbury and Glen Rose by 7 o'clock. So they're moving quickly. And for what it's worth, it was quiet in Oklahoma earlier. Notice we're seeing more storms develop up in Oklahoma now, which is of interest to me only because I happen to live on the south side of Oklahoma City and don't want my car getting destroyed by hail. But for Texas, we're probably going to have more storms developing later as well. All right, let's keep this up. So again, these are really efficient hail producers today. The storm near Grayford has weakened a bit compared to earlier, but it is stronger than it was 5 minutes ago. And the hail Department. Storm from near Eastland, Strawn, Eastland. That one to Carbon showing a pretty good wind signature now. We could have winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to tennis ball size hail. With that, come on, play loop-de-loop-de. And again, I want to thank everyone who's watching our streams. I'm looking at some of these analytics right now, and wowsies. I'm glad so many of you trust us. Really, we do appreciate it. We appreciate the trust you put in us. I know y'all usually have better things to do, which is why we just try to keep it basic, give you all the information you need without, all the marketing spiel and stuff. We have Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. He is in Rome. And Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley is in Boyd, which these storms here, they're going after this storm near Grayford. I suspect if that storm doesn't do too much, they'll try to drop south to this complex coming up towards the southwestern DFW Metroplex. But again, y'all can watch the live stream of the Storm Chasers alone on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Link should also be embedded in the app and website. We do have a free mobile app, by the way. You can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, so you can track storms in your area across the country. You can watch our live storm chasing videos, live severe weather coverage in-app, and we got more. And that's a free app. Again, just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We have over 60,000 users now. And you can also find us on the web, texasstormchasers.com. So that app also allows you to receive notifications if you choose when we post our daily Texas weather forecast. For example, do you know we do weather forecast daily? We have a video every morning. And, of course, this severe weather coverage. So we're here. I'm just looking at some information. What is going on up north? Sorry, I'm just trying to maintain situational awareness on things. Sometimes it's not a particularly enjoyable task. All right. So again, it's been a while since we've taken a look at the forecast for tonight. Let's do that. So we're going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to zoom out to the statewide view. I'm going to keep the labels like they are. I know there's a lot of cities on the screen, but at least it helps folks. Let me press. So we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model for 6 p.m. Now, you're asking, why are you looking at a model for right now? I just want to see how this model is doing, honestly. Allows us to better gauge its performance. And yeah, it's not doing too bad. I mean, so at least we can use it for a regional basis. Now, thank you, Gigi. Let's talk about what we're expecting. This model, do not take it completely verbatim, as in if it shows a thunderstorm over your house at 7:08 p.m., do not expect there to be a storm exactly over your house at 7:08 p.m. Likewise, this model, sometimes it's off by a county or two. And sometimes it's just dead wrong. But at 8 o'clock, for example, that stuff southwest of the Metroplex, it has moving into the Metroplex around 8 p.m. Note, it has very intense, angry storms. Big hail, big wind, maybe a tornado. 9 o'clock, you could see it kind of weakens it a bit, but still, it's going across the Metroplex. It's going to storm. Notice we still have some activity down in the hill country, eastern Concho Valley. But wait, there's more. 10 p.m. It actually kind of develops a bit more. Still, scattered storms possible along the Interstate 35 corridor in the hill country in central Texas at 10 p.m. If you were here earlier watching this same model, a different hour run had storms in Waco, San Antonio. So again, it's going to flip-flop run to run. Here's 11 o'clock. You can see isolated storms, even some new storms that are still developing from, say, Corsicana, Mahia to Waco to west of Austin to Kyle, even San Antonio. Here's midnight. So again, and I'll take a look up here in northeast Texas in a minute. We could have isolated storms through midnight, and we're probably still going to have some new storms developing at times this evening. All right, so again, let's talk about those same times again, but I'm going to go back to 7 o'clock for y'all in the northern parts of the state, and Oklahoma too. Here's 7 o'clock. You could see storms around Oklahoma City, which there are right now, by the way. I'm actually making sure I'm not about to get hit by baseball-sized hail. I'm not, fortunately, right now. Some storms possible across southern Oklahoma, Texoma, North Texas. Here's 8 o'clock. Notice northeast Oklahoma, southeast Oklahoma, even central Oklahoma still. Storms, North Texas. Here's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. It actually develops new storms southwest of Oklahoma City. We've still got storms ongoing in portions of eastern North Texas, from Bonham down to Greenville. Some of those could have hail. 11 o'clock. Same story. So again, we could have isolated scattered storms in northeast Texas. We're talking 10, 11, 12, even 1 a.m., though the threat for severe storms will be decreasing as we continue into the late evening hours. And then here you go, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and notice, I haven't talked about it at all, we've actually got a pretty good amount of rain in the Panhandle. Here, I'm going to load a loop. Let me load the loop data real quick, and I'll let it play out as I talk over it, so at least there's something for y'all to look at. I'm watching that storm west of Dona, moving towards Huckabee, Morgan Hill, Stephenville. It's starting to show some low-level rotation, a lot of wind-driven hail. There could be baseball-sized hail right now, southeast of Eastland, south of Ranger, north of Gorman, moving to cross over Highway 16 near Disdonia up to Interstate 20, moving towards Morgan Hill and Huckabee. So let's play the animation. Panhandle. Notice, we're going to have showers and storms tonight to Tuesday morning. We may even see a little snow mix in at times. But again, we'll play the animation further southeast for Texas. Here you go. Here's how things may look this evening. And again, if you're wanting to know about your local weather forecast, or the local weather forecast wherever you may be, interactive weather radars, storm chasing video, and more, plus this live severe weather coverage, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers, wherever you download apps for your device. And of course, we're on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar if you're wanting radar data. We are coming up now, 6:06 p.m. What just happened? I'm going to talk to my chasers there real quick. Hail core with that storm y'all are on just went nuts again. I was telling them the hail core with the storm northeast of Mineral Wells
right,
just...
10-4. I'm going to be dropping just south of Boyd to keep that mezzo in play.
Yeah, if it's doing what I think it's doing, we're about to have some issues. By the way, what I think it's doing, let's go back to the radar. And again, I'm talking about this storm right here. This was very intense about 30 minutes ago. It weakened over the last 20 minutes, but now it's intensifying again. I want you to notice something here. In fact, here, I'm going to switch. We're going to switch to a different radar. It's a little less high res, but it allows me to loop without crashing the program. Take a look at how we dealt with a blob. Notice, and what I'm looking at here is, notice how there is nothing southeast of this storm now. Notice the precip that was here has been, well, eaten. And notice how the storm itself is starting to look cellular again. It's starting to look more organized. If it's doing what I think it's doing, it just underwent some sort of cell merger or an updraft reorganization. I'm becoming concerned not only about big hail again and wind, but I'm becoming a little concerned that we may be starting to see a little uptick in low-level rotation right here. I'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And what I'm going to be watching for in the next several minutes is if this little appendage starts to hook around like this. What I see is, notice how that appendage is north-south right now. I'm about to get overspoken by the program here. When it does, I'll stop and then continue. But if that appendage starts to look more horizontal, left to right, that hook wraps, that's going to be a clear sign that we may have an increasing tornado threat. This storm is moving east at about 40 miles an hour towards...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jack, Parker, Tarrant, and Wise County in Texas.
Towards Springtown, Azle, Newark, Boyd, Rome. Eventually, Eagle Mound Lake, Lake Worth, Saginaw, Hazlet, Alliance Airport, Texas Motor Speedway, Flower Mound, Roanoke, Argyle. Pretty much the same areas that got hit with softball-sized hail a couple weeks back. And again, this storm is a dangerous storm. The potential for quarter to golf ball to tennis ball size hail, winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. And we're going to watch it real carefully in case it tries to start showing increasing signs of low-level rotation, which is possible. So again, we're going to watch it carefully. Southwest. Switch radar sights for a better look. Jason, I'm doing it. The potential for severe storm. Strawn, southeast of Ranger. To Gorman. That could have quarter to tennis ball size hail. Storm.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles south of Eastland in Eastland County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, $50 size hail south of Eastland.
Okay. And then if we continue southwest, we've got storms Gorman to Lake Brownwood to east of Santa Ana to Baines. That'll be moving into Brownwood shortly. Tracy Norris going to be mad. And then northwest of Brady. Again, all this activity is moving east 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. The most intense storms right now, this storm northeast of Gorman, that could have very large hail, strong winds. That's generally moving northeast. That's going to be in Granbury by 7:10 p.m. Strong storm there right now will be in Millsap by 6:50. City of Weatherford by 7. Storm up northwest of Weatherford, currently near... Oh, yeah, it's starting to wrap. I don't like that. Currently about 7 miles southwest of Angs, or about 10 miles southwest of Springtown. That's moving east at about 50 miles an hour. And remember when I said we were watching for that little hook? So, I want to be abundantly clear. There is no tornado warning. This is not something we're talking about a tornado right now, but we are watching for it at this point. Hail, damaging winds, but it is not out of the realm of possibility. This thunderstorm does try to rotate into low levels sometime in the next 30 to 60 minutes, which would necessitate, if the rotation became strong enough, a tornado warning. That is a possibility as this continues to move into the Metroplex. We have storm chasers Adam Lucio, Jason Cooley. They are about to have a visual on this storm. They are located in Boyd and Rome, which is pretty much in the path of this storm. They're moving to get a view. Boyd, Rome, they're in this area right here. They are going to give us a visual shortly. And when they do, we're going to transition from quote-unquote radar chasing to visual storm chasing. I'll be able to show you what is going on. I would suspect we have a wall cloud with this storm. I'll be able to show you what it's doing visually instead of you looking at a bucket of spilled paint. I realize radar images, most of you are like, it's a bucket of spilled paint. I don't care. I want to see what's going on. Well, that's why we have chasers out and about, and that's why we're going to provide you with visuals of that and allow you to see what's actually going on, so you can consider it your second-hand verification. Most folks tend to look for more than one source of information. Well, I'm one source. Them looking at it and showing you is going to be a second source, and that will allow us to better inform you of what's going on. Storms further southwest, Strom to Gorman to pretty much Brownwood, all the way down Rising Star to Melvin. These all moving east at about 30 to 40 to 50 miles an hour. The potential for wind gusts over 50 miles an hour, 60, 70. The potential for
Texas local storm report from 1 miles north-northeast of Carbon in Eastland County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, quarter-size hail reported. Texas local storm report from 1 miles north-northeast of Carbon in Eastland County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 53 miles per hour. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, 53 miles per hour wind gust measured.
So for what it's worth, this storm in northern Parker County has the potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail right now, winds to 70 miles an hour. This is likely to move across portions of Wise, Parker, Tarrant, Denton, Collin, maybe Dallas counties over the next 90 minutes. The potential for damaging hail, strong winds, a non-zero threat of a tornado, although it does not show indications of tornado genesis at this time. So again, it's 6:15. In about an hour, when we're talking about this in the Metroplex, I want folks to remember, we told you. So be ready. If you wanted to get your cars into a shelter, garage, whatever, this might be a time to do it versus waiting until the storm is 10 minutes away from you. Because I guarantee you, you're going to have issues finding space at a gas station or something. This thunderstorm currently located in portions of eastern Eastland County, moving into areas northwest of Stephenville. Morgan Hill, Huckabee, Stephenville, whatever. It's my word of the day. I can't say. Leave me be. Has winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. A lot of wind. We'll be moving into Stephenville, up 108, into Huckabee, north on 281 to Morgan Hill.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brown and Coleman County in Texas.
As for this cluster of storms around Brownwood. So again, Brownwood, we got a storm firing up southwest of Brady. That's probably going to have some hail soon. And again, we're focusing on the most intense storms. And yes, I know, y'all want to know about exactly what's going on in your neck of the woods. We're going to do our best to tell you. But if we're not talking about a storm near you, that's a good thing. We focus on the most intense storms. I don't like that. No, no, no. Now, remember what I said about that trying to go horizontal? Let's take a look at velocity. Now, here's something interesting. This is a little mesoscale meteorology for you. Notice this. This might be an outflow boundary. If that is actually rain-cooled air that has been pushed out a few miles ahead of the thunderstorm, that may actually indicate this storm is slightly outflow dominant, which would reduce the threat of a tornado or low-level rotation. Typically, when a thunderstorm pushes out rain-cooled outflow like that, it's what we call undercut. It's slightly elevated, which is simply another way of saying it is ingesting more cool air in the low levels of the atmosphere, which reduces the threat of a tornado. It doesn't do much for the hail threat, knocking that down and wind, but... So again, we're going to be looking at the storm chaser feeds. We've got Adam Lucio. He's in Aurora, which is southeast of Boyd. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is in Rome. I assume he's going to be heading south towards Reno, probably, to get a visual on this thunderstorm. And then we've also got storms further southwest that are moving east. We'll switch radars. But again, to get sidetracked for the umpteenth time, storms, if we're not talking about the one near you, that's a good thing. You can track the storms near you with the free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in the by utilizing the free Texas Storm Chasers app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can watch this live coverage. You can watch the live storm chasing video with their audio individually. You can track storms near you across the country, and you can get your local weather forecast. For what it's worth, we've actually got Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. He's up near St. Louis, Missouri. For that aspect of the event, and we'll see what happens with that. He's going to be in the Ohio Valley tomorrow for a severe weather outbreak. Brownwood, you could have 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail soon. Switching over to the how hard the wind's blowing, you can see northwest of Stephenville. Man, that is nasty. Winds over 75 miles an hour possible, hurricane force winds possible in the city of Stephenville to Huckabee in the next 20 minutes. That's moving east at 50 miles an hour. We'll zoom out. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. Same story, moving east. Boy, that is a pitiful arrow. Tracy Norris, I'm big mad. Yeah, I bet. Well, let us know if you end up getting wind. You're going to get wind, by the way. Oh, poor Tracy in Brownwood. It's never good when you get an individual call out on a live stream, is it? All right, let's go back, take a look at this. I mean, that's a suspicious shape, that's for sure, but if it's outflow dominant, it's not going to matter much. Looks like Jason might almost have a view. Let's take a look. He's just looking at a lot of grunge right now. We have a lot of haze today. I don't see any defined low-level features. We'll be watching. I'm sure he'll yell at me if he ends up seeing something and I'm too busy not looking like a derp. But we'll actually take a look at Adam's feed as well. Adam Lucio is in Aurora. He might be going for the hail. You can see dark clouds galore, a bit of haze. That's thanks to all the moisture we have in place today. Again, you can see a severe thunderstorm approaching Springtown. It'll be in Springtown the next 5 to 10 minutes as it moves east at about 50 miles per hour. In fact, we'll just press the magical timeline button on here. Springtown the next 5 minutes. Newark, 6:40. Aurora, 6:40. Hazlet, 6:50. Justin, 6:50. Texas Motor Speedway, 6:55. The Top Golf place around there. It's not called Top Golf, but I played golf there a week ago last Friday. That was fun. 6:55. Roanoke, 6:55 to 7 p.m. Grapevine, about 7:10. Mesa Restaurant there, along with Main Event. I played bowling there last week. A week ago, actually. Huh. Does anyone care? Absolutely not. About 6:05 to 6:10. Flower Mound, 7:05 to 7:10. Double Oak, 7:05 to 7:10. Highland Village, 7:10. Lake Dallas, 7:12. City of Louisville, let's just say 7:10 to 7:15. The Colony, 7:20. Lakewood Village, 7:15. Chelsea, I'm going to be so annoyed if you get to sit on the couch and still storm chase. Envious. Little Elm, 7:20. The Colony, 7:20. Chelsea had a medical procedure today, so she is at home recovering and hope she is doing well. If she gets to go storm chasing from the couch, well, that's just the best thing ever, isn't it? Kind of. You never really want to go storm chasing from your couch, let me tell you, as someone who has had to perform evasive maneuvers before. It's not good when these storms try to take you out. All right, let's go see what's going on in St. Louis real quick. People squealing about problems in St. Louis. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, St. Louis may have a tornado problem in the next 30 minutes. St. Louis, Missouri. That's an ouchies. That's on our storm chase feed. I'm sure Stephen Jones has a good view of that. All right, let's. Ooh, man, that hail core aloft is getting really mad again. This storm near Springtown showing a pretty good hail core. So again, Northern Tarrant, Den, Southeastern Wise, Northeastern Paca. You got problems with hail, wind, etc. Golf ball size hail possible, winds 70 miles an hour. Heavy rain. Further southwest. Severe storm will be staying north of Stephenville. That could have winds up to 75 miles per hour. The potential in Huckabee shortly. We do note a little low-level rotation with this storm. We're going to be watching it carefully as it moves east across, is that Erath County? I always get them confused there. I want to make sure Erath. Yes, sir, Bob. Across northern Erath County towards Somerville and Hood counties over the next 30 minutes. This storm moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Excuse me, not 30, 50 miles an hour. Tolar by 6:50, the city of Granbury, 7 p.m. Other storms extending further southwest into the eastern Big Country, Concho Valley, from northwest of Comanche to the city of Brownwood, all the way down towards Brady, moving east at about 30, 50 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Wind gusts over 70 miles an hour in spots. And we'll take a statewide view again. And then for what it's worth, we got a dust storm. Permian Basin, Fort Stockton, east. Dust moving into the Big Country, the Concho Valley behind these storms. Across the dry line. Is Keller going to get anything? Yes. Will Arlington get something? Maybe. YouTube is really blurry. Well, you might have to adjust your viewing quality, but I'm going to check real quick.
With a budget points.
Look what you made me do. You made me play an ad. YouTube's okay on my end. I can adjust the bit rate. See if that helps a little. Storm northwest of Stephenville is trying to throw out a little low-level rotation. We'll keep an eye on it. No tornado warnings with it. A lot of wind. Y'all be nice to the moderators. Yeah, storms are moving fast today. These are fast movers. They're moving at about 50 miles per hour. Robert, you're about to have a problem in Huckabee. Well, for one, you're enjoying a lightning show right now. Two, you're about to get wind and hail. And we actually we're going to stream this in 4K, but YouTube wouldn't let us for some reason. So 1080p it has to be, but we'll work on it. All right. Thank you, Nikki. Check the Tarrant County storm again. Here, let me turn off the, There we go.
Texas local storm report from 10 miles west of Springtown in Parker County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, quarter-size hail reported near Poolville.
All right, so those of you in Keller, North Fort Worth, Hazlet. Oops, the daisies. Come on. Roanoke, about 7 p.m. Hazlet, 6:50 to 6:55. Justin, 6:55 to 7. Argyle, about 7 to 7:05. Highland Village, 7:10. Lake Dallas, 7:15. Corinth, 7:10 to 7:15. Louisville, about 7:15 to 7:20. The Colony, about 7:25. Little Elm, about 7:20. Highland Village, about 7:15. Oak Point, about 7:20. Frisco, 7:30. This storm currently capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. Wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. Further southwest, we'll take a look in just a second. I'm trying to fix this background. I don't like the, Yeah, I might go back to just the gray. And we'll stick with that. Back southwest, storm near Huckabee currently could have quarter golf ball size hail. Moving east, east-northeast about 50 miles an hour, staying north of Stephenville, so this might end up being more of a threat to southwestern DFW. Looks like Adam or Jason has a view. Jason, if you're listening, let me know. Feel free to cut in and give audible reports of what you're seeing when you get a view. Tolar, about 7 o'clock. Granbury, 7:10. Lipan, about 6:55. Godley, 7:30. Crescent, about 7:25. That's at 171, 377. And then this will be...
It's really hazy out here. I can't really see a whole lot. I'm waiting on State Route 114. Probably going to keep just ahead of it to make sure I don't get run over by it.
Understood. Gracias. Moving into southwest Tarrant County about 7:30 p.m. This could pose a threat to Hood County, Johnson County, Tarrant County, eventually maybe places like Mansfield and Arlington around 8 p.m. Currently, quarter-size hail, winds 60, 70 miles an hour. Continuing down the line, in the city of Brownwood, maybe dime to quarter-size hail, winds maybe over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain. That'll be out of the city of Brownville in the next 10, 15 minutes. Again, all this stuff moving east-northeast about 50 miles an hour. further south into the Concho Valley near Junction, Brady, Melvin, Menard. We have isolated to scattered storms. They're not overly organized in the sense of like supercells further northeast, but they could have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail, the potential for wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles an hour at times. Hail core increasing again. Thank you to everybody who's been hitting that thumbs up button, that like button, and subscribing. We really appreciate it. If you're watching on Texas Weather Center, which you are if you're watching in our app or website, that's our main weather channel, I guess YouTube channel these days. We post daily weather forecasts, live severe weather coverage, etc. We're also streaming live on Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. And if you want to watch the storm chasing footage, you can go do that on Texas Storm Chasers as well. Thank you to everybody who's been sending the super chats and all that. I don't normally have a good way to monitor that in real time since I'm dealing with storms, but do know we try to go back after the fact and thank you, and we really do appreciate it. Stephenville is not in tornado danger. Stephenville has storms to the north of town. You'll get some rain here in a bit, but no tornado danger for Stephenville. To be clear, we have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas right now. In fact, the only tornado warning near us is a tornado warning north of Stillwater, Oklahoma right now. Looks like we have a storm northeast of Stillwater, Oklahoma with some rotation. We've got storms down to the west sides of the Oklahoma City metro with hail, but otherwise, that's the only tornado warning we have, and that's way up northeast of Stillwater, Oklahoma, moving away from Stillwater and OSU. Otherwise, this storm in Wise County is starting to look more problematic in the hail department. The threat of hail and the hail size is increasing with this once again. So those of you in Boyd, Aurora, Newark, it looks like it's trying to trend further north. It took a left turn and seems to be trying to make it into more of Wise and Denton counties. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, Adam Lucio, they are keeping an eye on this storm. It's very hazy out there, and so far they do not have a super great view of this. We'll take a look real quick at Jason's feed. Again, you can see some dust getting kicked up. There's not a great look at this. What is on Jason's screen? That's a great question, isn't it? It's not a tornado. Yeah, and for what it's worth, a little social media rant for those of you watching on social media. Really the best way to find our live streams, when we're doing live coverage and all that, that's going to be on YouTube, our website, and our mobile app. If you're watching on other networks, they really hide our posts in your feed, like Facebook, for example. We have almost 800,000 followers on Facebook. We're lucky if 10,000 of those will see a post. So if you're watching us on Facebook, you're one of the few. Congratulations. I would strongly encourage you to download our free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. And our website, or just hit us up on YouTube. We're at Texas Weather Center on YouTube and Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. We're also streaming this on TikTok, Twitch, X, 2 YouTube channels, Facebook, our website, and our mobile app. This thunderstorm from Springtown to Boyd to Aurora could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail now. The hail sizes have increased.
Texas local storm report from 6 miles west of Springtown in Parker County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, spotter report of $half size hail.
All right. Got a report of small hail 7 miles south of Boyd from Sarissa. Thank you. All right, let's keep an eye on all of this. I'm going to drink some water quick. I'll zoom back out. All right.
I've got my front camera facing basically due west on State Route 114. Starting to see the flashes of lightning. Still no determinable structure or anything like that. Just kind of a dark mass out ahead.
Okay, so he's just waiting to get a visual on that. Storm east of Huckabee now, approaching Morgan Hill and Highway 281. That storm on a beeline to impact the city of Granbury by 7:10 p.m. Could have quarter to golf ball size hail, winds over 70 miles per hour. Further southwest Brownwood, you're still in heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail and gusty winds. These storms not as organized as the storms further northeast. Tornado warning for St. Louis, Missouri. Brownwood, you should be out of that shortly. Further southwest into the Concho Valley, we do have isolated scattered storms all the way back from near Brady to Menard to Junction to Rock Springs. Some brief heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, but nothing significant in terms of severe weather at this time. The most intense storms we're dealing with right now, this thunderstorm supercell near Springtown to Rome, which is starting to take on a more ominous shape, and this thunderstorm approaching Morgan Hill north of the city of Stephenville, which definitely also has an interesting shape to it. Thank you, Nevermore. Appreciate. And here, yeah, I'll share this from... Okay, so two storms that are most intense right now. One, Springtown to Boyd to Rome, could have tennis ball size hail. Storm north of Stephenville, crossing 281 near Morgan Hill, moving towards Granbury, Lipan, Tolar, Brazos Bend, Cordova, and eventually Crescent, could have quarter to golf ball size hail, winds over 70 miles per hour. There is nothing going on in the Metroplex outside of those two storms right now. It's coming in from the west. Report of a confirmed tornado near St. Louis, Missouri. Okay. We'll take a quick look at that. Just out of curiosity, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones is actually up here. You can see a bit of a tornado warning for west, northwest sides of the St. Louis, Missouri metro. Makes me very glad I'm not flying in there this evening. Ironically, I would have been tomorrow night had I not had to reschedule my trip to visit family for Easter because of the weather. I'm going to say that decision has verified based on what I've been doing since 5 o'clock. All right, where is my magical button here. Getting reports of quarter to ping pong ball size hail just north of Springtown in the last few minutes. I can't remember what I was just... Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. I was turning the air down. Doot. When you turn the boost mode on the little AC unit for the office and it starts sounding like a jet engine.
Local storm report from 3 miles north of Springtown in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.25 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping, $50, 1.25 inches.
Hail, big hail. Possible Boyd, Aurora, Fairview. This storm moving into Denton County. Justin, 7 to 7:05. Argyle, 7 to 7:15. Double Oak, 7:15 to 7:20. Flower Mound, 7:20. Louisville, 7:25. Lake Dallas, 7:25. Corinth, 7:20 to 7:25. Highland Village, 7:20. Lakewood Village, 7:25. Little Elm, 7:30. Oak Point, 7:25 to 7:30. Frisco, 7:35. The Colony, 7:35. Louisville, 7:25. Hebron, 7:35. And then approaching the west sides of McKinney, Fairview, Allen, Plano by 7:45. This thunderstorm currently capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail. The hail sizes aloft have been increasing. Another way to put it...
Texas local storm report from 2 miles west of Springtown in Parker County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping, quarter, 1
Easter
inch.
egg size hail. And again, this storm moving east at 45 miles an hour into Denton and Collin counties. It will remain north of Fort Worth and Dallas. It is going to remain north of the DFW Metroplex. The same cannot be said for this thunderstorm 10 miles north of Stephenville, moving towards Granbury. Tolar, 7:05. Granbury, 7:10. Crescent, 7:25. Godley, 7:30. Joshua, 7:40. Burleson, Crowley, Briar Oaks, about 7:45 p.m. The potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, quarter to golf ball size hail. We'll take a look at Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's live stream.
There. See if that ends up being too far north.
He's repositioning. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's live stream. You can see he's looking at the storm, bit of a whale's mouth there, dark clouds. They're going to be trying to stay ahead of it, which is not easy when they're moving at 50 miles an hour. You can see a pretty good lightning flash there. Back to it. Again, they're both on this storm, which is showing increasing signs of producing damaging hail. The probability of a damaging hailstorm may be increasing for Denton County over the next 20 to 30 minutes. I think that's the button I meant to press. My apologies, I'm depriving you of cams. I would have to go get more caffeine. Big sad. We'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model in a minute. But we're expecting more storms in a few hours to develop into the hill country that could impact portions of central Texas and south central Texas, places like San Antonio, Austin, Waco, a few cities that could have storms in their vicinity after 9 to 10 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Erath, Hood, Palo Pinto, Parker, and Somervell County in Texas.
So this storm here, severe thunderstorm warning for Glen Rose up to Granbury to southern Parker County, Annetta South, east of Crescent. So it's for this storm near Morgan Hill to Stephenville, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. All right, here's what we're going to do. Real quick, I am going to step away. We're going to turn to Jason's feed for about 2 minutes. And I'm going to refill my caffeine. Thank you, Carol. Definitely appreciate it. So again, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm just going to go refill my caffeine cup. We'll switch to the Chaser stream real quick, and I will be right back with continuing severe weather coverage.
Justin, Texas. I'm actually going to be headed toward I-35W, and I'll point it a little north of there. Staying just ahead of the storm as it approaches parts of Denton County now here shortly. State Route 114 approaching 35W. Severe supercell over Aurora, Texas, moving east-northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by public.
Motor Speedway. Making my way on the 35W.
Alrighty, tidy. I apologize. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, 7:54 on this 1st of April, 2024. We got a couple of severe storms underway across the state.
Texas local storm report from 1 miles east-northeast of Briar in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, hen egg size hail in Briar, TX.
Okay, someone just got hit on the head with hail. That's unfortunate. Not actually hit on the head, but figurative of speech. Alright, it is 6:54. We've got a severe thunderstorm located.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Denton, Tarrant, and Wise County in Texas.
Alright, that'll be a severe thunderstorm warning for Denton, Northern Tarrant. You'll see it pop up here in a minute. That'll be a severe thunderstorm warning for places like Hazlet, Roanoke, Flower Mound, Louisville, The Colony, Highland Village, Justin, North Lake, Ponder, Denton, Corinth, Little Elm, New Hope, west sides of Frisco, and Prosper. A severe thunderstorm is located near Rome, over near Briar, where they just had 2-inch diameter size hail reported. That storm is moving east at 35 miles an hour. The potential for hail, Easter egg up to tennis balls. So let's put a storm track back on it. This thunderstorm will be near Justin, 7 to... That's a problem. What is this? Like that too much. Near Justin, about 7:10 to 7:15. North Lake, 7:15. Corinth, 7:35. Highland Village, 7:35. Louisville, 7:40. Corinth, 7:40. I know I just said 7:35, but deal with it. Louisville, or excuse me, Little Elm, 7:50. Lakewood Village, hi Chelsea, 7:50. And again, this storm moving east about 35 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We'll take a look just southwest in a minute. Let me take a look at some data real quick. And then we will cover stuff further southwest. Further southwest, a cluster of severe storms, really from Stephenville up to Lipan. Strongest is going to be closer to Lipan, moving east.
Texas local storm report from Boyd in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur radio.
Report of a 71-mile-an-hour wind gust at 6:03. Okay, that was earlier. Report out of the city of Brownwood, down traffic signs, and a dumpster was moved into the road. Tracy, keep your trash on your property. Come on now. Otherwise, this storm near Lipan, a direct threat to the city of Granbury by 7:15 p.m., Godley, 7:35 to 7:40. Crescent, 7:30. Joshua, 7:50. Burleson, 7:55. Crowley, 7:50. And again, the potential for this to have quarter to ping-pong ball size hail winds of 70. The storm moving into Denton County from Wise County up to tennis ball size hail. These storms moving into DFW. Eastern sides of DFW, you could have isolated to scattered storms in about 2 hours, some of which may have hail and strong winds. Further southwest, we have thunderstorms that are capable of producing dime, nickel, maybe quarter-size hail, winds 50, 60 to 70 miles an hour. The wind may be a bigger deal down here than the hail. And then behind these storms, we also have areas of blowing dust with strong westerly winds behind a dry line. That has been kicking up a lot of dust. No strong areas of low-level rotation detected in any of these storms right now. Trust me, I'm keeping an eye on it. So far, we're doing okie dokie. We're dealing with hail, we're dealing with wind. Looks like we had a brief spin-up tornado near north sides of Edmond, Oklahoma 20 minutes ago. Very, very weak, but it matches up with a little velocity. Boy, those of you in Rome, Newark, Justin, that hail core is nasty looking. Storm itself is starting to slow down, too. It's only moving at about 30 to 35. These were moving 40, 45 earlier. So again, worst hail right now, likely falling in Rome, Aurora, Newark. Shortly, it will be in places like North Lake, Justin, crossing over 35W, north of the Texas Motor Speedway, hopefully, 720 to 725. Argyle, 725 to 730. Island Village, 740. Double Oak, 735. Lake Dallas on 35E, 740 to 745. Corinth, 740. Lakewood Village, 750. Shady Shores, 745. Oak Point, 745 to 750. Little Elm, 755. The Colony, 755. Oak Point, 750.
Texas local storm report from 1 miles west-northwest of Newark in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, hen egg size hail in Newark.
Okay, we're getting a lot of golf ball to 2-inch hen egg size hail reports now. We just got a report from Trey on X of golf ball size hail. So this storm, golf ball to tennis ball size hail, that's what you can expect in Justin, North Lake, maybe as far south as the Texas Motor Speedway over to Argyle in the next 20 minutes. Further southwest, the storm moving into Hood County near Tolar to Lipan. Hail definitely not as likely with this storm, at least that intense of hail, but the potential does exist for quarter-size hail. Winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. That's more of a wind maker than a hail maker. While this storm in Denton County and Wise County is a hail maker. Further southwest, we have, well, here, we'll just take a look at the state view. We'll turn off satellite, don't really need that now. We've got rain in the Panhandle, nothing severe there. That is good news. And then we've got some storms that have developed south into the eastern Concho Valley, into portions of the northern Edwards Plateau. We're probably going to see those storms move east into central Texas, the hill country, over the next couple of hours. And this activity, we may also see new storms fire up over the next few hours, central Texas, into portions of north Texas, the hill country, south central Texas. Which means it's...
Texas local storm report from 2 miles south of Boyd in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.00 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, 2-inch measured south of Boyd.
Alright. So you can hear, we're getting plenty of big hail reports. That's larger than golf balls. Let's take a look at what the HER does for storms. Now, what we're going to look at is now, 7 o'clock. We want to see how it's doing. It's not doing too bad,
Texas
honestly.
Local storm report from Rome in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 2-inch hail in Rome.
So, with the model doing okay right now, that'll allow us to trust some of the data moving forward. Let's take a look at 9 o'clock. You can see this has storms, DFW, down approaching I-35 in central Texas, approaching Whitney, Killeen, Gatesville. A couple of more isolated storms into the hill country near Kerrville. 10 o'clock, McKinney, Lancaster, Ennis, Waco. A couple storms have fired up closer to Waco, west of Austin to near Bernie. 11 o'clock, storms Round Rock, Austin, New Braunfels, San Antonio, Blanco. Midnight, starting to weaken, but we still have storms. Isolated to scattered storms, northeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, south central and central Texas.
Local storm report from 4 miles southwest of Boyd in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches.
That's not good.
Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, tennis ball, 2.50 inches.
That's an ouchies. That is an ouchies. So again, I'll just load the loop and let y'all watch.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles west of Justin in Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, 1 inch hail in Justin.
That would be meteorologist in charge Tom Bradshaw. Hope the chickens are all right. So here's what the high-res rapid refresh model does for the remainder of this evening. Plenty of rain in the northern Texas panhandle, that's good. You could see scattered storms continuing to quickly move east-northeast across portions of Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, into the Brazos Valley through about midnight, 1 a.m. Things generally start to weaken closer to 11 to midnight, but we'll still probably have a few storms being rowdy through early Tuesday morning. However, unlike other events, notice no big line of storms expected to move east across the eastern half of the state. Storms are not going to do the usual line out and keep going until they get to Louisiana ordeal we've dealt with over the last few hours. But they will weaken, and hopefully that means we'll be done by early tomorrow morning. That being said, the main issue with the most intense storms tonight, hail. Big hail at times. Wind gusts have been a surprisingly nasty.
I've got the Lake Louisville toll bridge in my GPS now. I'm just trying to get way out ahead of it some more because it looks like it's trying to organize coming into Denton County.
That was meteorologist Jason Cooley. You're what? His live stream along with storm chaser Adam Lucio on the left. It's real hazy today, humid, so it's difficult to see some things, but you could see we've had wind today. That's been a bit of a surprise. We've had wind gusts up to 90 miles an hour earlier. These storm
local storm report from
have been very efficient.
Of Rome in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, golf ball size hail reported in New Fairview.
All right. That Denton County storm almost looks like it's turned right a little. We'll have to watch it. It's definitely producing hail, though it looks weaker than 5 minutes ago. So again, this is the general expectation for the remainder of the evening.
Local storm report from Aurora in Wise County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
No one is watching for the midnight forecast.
Quarter-size hail in Aurora.
Aw, B. If only you knew. Okay, so back to what's going on right now. Supercell producing up to tennis ball size hail from Ponder to Justin to Newark to Aurora back to Rome. This storm moving east at about 35 miles an hour. It'll be in Argyle, 7:30. Well, that's not right. Let's do this. We're making our own timestamp because that's being a derp. Yeah, Newark just got owned by hail. All right, let's do this. I'm going to do 37 just in case. Argyle, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Corinth, about 7:20 to 7:25, maybe a few minutes later. I did do this a bit quickly just to give us some extra time. 725 to 730 for Lake Dallas, Highland Village, 720 to 725. Double Oak, 720 to 725. Louisville, about 730. Flower Mound, 725 to 730. Roanoke, if it doesn't stay north, about 715 to 720. Little Elm, 735. Oak Point, 730. New Hope, 730. Frisco, 740. The Colony, 740. And again, these may be a little fast, which means it may be a few minutes later, but I'd rather be early rather than late in terms of storm timing. So again, that is for Denton County. If this storm continues, it could be approaching the city of McKinney by 8:05 p.m. Currently, this storm has been producing copious amounts of hail. Further southwest, a little line of storms. Here, let's do it this way. And this one, I believe, is moving more quickly. Yeah, about 45, so we'll draw it like 45. Currently, Granbury, probably the next 10 to 15 minutes. Glen Rose by 720 to 725. Benbrook, 735 to 740. Joshua, 745. Cleburne, 745. Alvarado, around 8 p.m. Kennedale, about 7:55. City of Mansfield, 8 p.m. Approaching Venus at about 8:05. Grandview, 8 to 8:05. Rio Vista, 7:45 to 7:50. Again, the city of Cleburne, about 7:45. King, about 7:50. Joshua, 7:45. Burleson, about 7:50. Godley, about 7:35. Crescent, about 7:25. Granbury, the next 10 minutes. The potential for winds up to 60 miles an hour, maybe some dime to quarter-size hail, and quick round of heavy rainfall. This one's more of a wind maker than a hail maker. Good news is, short-term trends are good for this storm around Justin and North Lake. The hail core aloft is decreased, which means hopefully we don't have tennis balls flying out of the sky anymore. Just had a measured hail of 3.3 inches in diameter, 8 miles east of Rome. So again, this storm produced almost softball-sized hail back around Aurora and Newark. Now, hopefully, the storm itself has 8 miles east. Hopefully, we're back down to golf ball size, but this dropped baseball to softball size hail back around Rome, it sounds like. We just had a report and a confirmation of a hail measurement of 3.3 inches. So this storm, again, Denton County into western Collin County. Our storm chasers are doing their best to try to stay ahead of it. But the good news is the hail core really has weakened considerably over the last several minutes. We're also starting to see additional thunderstorm development back towards Azle. There's nothing severe with this right now, just some heavy rain and lightning as it moves through. Yeah, we're getting a lot of hail reports from followers out of Rome. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but thank you for those reports. It helps us verify what's going on at the ground. And again, if you're wanting to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, we have interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We have the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers. Just search for it where you download apps for your device. Thank you for that hail report. Ping Pong's to south of Boyd. Again, we do not have any tornadoes. This is not a tornado situation at this point. These are storms capable of producing hail and strong straight-line winds. We do not have any tornado warnings at this time. We have no tornadoes at this time. This is a hail and wind maker, not a spinny, spinny, doom, doom maker. Although the threat for spinny, spinny, doom, doom is not zero, so far we're doing okay for ourselves, so we'll keep an eye on it. And by the way, thank you to all those. We go back after the event typically to individually thank folks, but thank you for the super chats, the stickers, stars, etc. We really do appreciate it. We appreciate the support. Most gaming channels, would be having those on your screen, watching for it, all that. But when we're doing severe weather coverage, we really focus on the actual weather. So that's why we don't have any of that on our live coverage stream. We like to actually focus on trying to help people, keep folks informed the best we can, versus, trying to sell merch or, trying to pimp ourselves out to the world. There are times for that, but this is not one of them. At storm near Granbury, some of you have noted you're getting crazy amounts of lightning. I can tell you why. The updraft's intensifying. The hail core loft is building, which is talking about how this wasn't a much of a hail maker. It was more of a wind maker. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. It may have upset Mama Nature because it's starting to look more impressive in the hail department again. So, Granbury, we note the city of Granbury, radar detecting winds over 70 miles an hour on 377. About 4 miles west of Granbury. That's going to be moving into the city of Granbury, then over Lake Granbury, Granbury Lake, in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Also, you could have some at least quarter-size hail. We haven't had any hail reports from this storm recently, so Granbury, for the lack of a better term, you get to be our guinea pigs. You get to tell us what the hail size actually is. I'm very sorry, but we thank you for your sacrifice. This storm producing a lot of lightning recently as well. In fact, it's starting to look more like a typical supercell than a line segment, which usually isn't a good omen, but, what are you going to do besides smile and wave and hope it doesn't throw golf ball-sized hail through your skylight? Up north, supercell near Justin, that produced baseball to softball-sized hail back in Aurora and Rome about 15 minutes ago. The hail sizes are not looking as spooky with this anymore, which is good, but golf ball-sized hail at least remains possible, if not probable, with this storm as it moves east at about 30 miles an hour. If it is actually weakening, this storm, we're about to have big issues with Granbury. And I'll tell you why. I just told our chasers that in a second. This storm, if it's weakening here in Denton County, it may take a jog to the left. If that does, that could place more of the city of Denton at risk for some hail. Now, the reason I just told our chasers this storm...
Yes, sir. That is issues. That is ouchies potentially for Granbury.
Why we're starting to become more concerned is this storm in Granbury is quickly taking on supercellular characteristics, and specifically this inflow notch right here. Remember, earlier I've been saying for a few hours now, as these storms get closer to I-30...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Erath, Hamilton, and Somervell County in Texas.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. This storm's quickly becoming more supercellular, and as I said earlier, the closer these storms get to 35, we may see a slight uptick in the tornado threat. We haven't had any tornado issues today, but that's not necessarily a guarantee it'll stay that way. The storm is starting to show indications of a low-level mesocyclone. That little hook is starting to wrap out, and as that happens, we're going to have to keep an eye on this carefully. Notice the hail marker's gone up from 1 to 2 to 3. So the hail core with this storm is certainly intensifying. Granbury, you're getting pelted with lightning right now. Y'all in Granbury, out to Pecan Plantation, D. Cordova, the folks who got hit on the 15th of May, 2013 by the EF4. Yeah, y'all are getting pelted with lightning right now. You could see Adam Lucio's in Argyle. We'll take a look at his stream quickly. You can see that's a shelf cloud right there. Some spooky, scary-looking clouds. SLC's under that. Probably pretty good amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. He's looking at the storm in Denton County. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is trying to get out ahead of the storm. And then we're watching this storm in Hood County. So we've seen some changes in the last several minutes with some storm structures here. That storm over Hood County has quickly become my biggest concern. This Denton County storm produced baseball-sized hail or larger around Aurora, Newark, Rome earlier like 20 minutes ago. This storm moving east towards 35W from Texas Motor Speedway up to Justin, Coral City, Argyle. Eventually, we'll cross into Corinth about 750. Storm's trying to track a little further north. Ooh, I do not like that. Track further north. And if that happens, this could be more of an issue for Den and New Hope. But if it starts turning more north, it may also continue to decrease in intensity. Regardless, hail sizes have probably come down. We're probably to golf balls now versus tennis balls, which is good. But again, this storm continues moving east-northeast about 30 miles an hour. This storm near Granbury is quickly becoming a problem. Hail sizes, 15 minutes ago, this thing didn't have a hail core. Now it's showing hail aloft to baseballs. By the time that reaches the surface, we're probably talking ping pongs to golf balls. But Granbury, you're about to find out, literally right now. This thing also starting to show a bit of a low-level circulation. We're showing winds in the city of Granbury right now of, in terms of straight-line winds, up to 70 miles an hour. In Granbury, about to move into D. Cordova. South of 377 over to Lake Granbury, y'all are probably about to get hurricane-force wind gusts, the potential for wind-driven hail. This thunderstorm also starting to show a bit of a low-level circulation. North of Glenrose. We'll keep an eye on it. No tornado warnings right now. For what it's worth, we've had confirmation this storm produced in Denton County back when it was over Rome. Reports of 4.5-inch size diameter hail. Softball, grapefruit. That qualifies as giant hail. That verifies the giant hail possibilities. Hiko, you've got a hailer on you right now. That could have golf ball size hail. That's riding Highway 6 towards Iredell, Meridian. Morgan, Walnut Springs, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. All these storms moving east at about, 30 to 40 to 50 miles an hour. These storms are slowing down a bit. But I definitely do not like the look of this storm over Granbury. And at least, on the, well, let's try to verbalize this. Granbury storm, hail threat increasing. Also a little concerned about low-level rotation. The wind threat definitely increasing. Granbury, you're probably getting nasty wind right now. We'll see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Johnson, Tarrant County shortly. And that storm, again, moving towards southern Tarrant, Johnson. I'll tell you, the updraft on this, notice how earlier, again, 20 minutes ago, this thing had no hail core. Radar said maybe 1-inch hail. Now we're up to 4-inch hail aloft. I want to make abundantly clear. Just because the radar thinks this has 4-inch hail does not mean there's 4-inch hail. I'll tell you if I think we got baseballs, softballs falling out of the sky. At this point, that's just an indicator that the updraft is strengthened. We've got hail knocking around aloft. Whether or not it makes it down to the surface is anything more like golf balls is to be determined, but it is indicated that this storm is mad. For what it's worth, the north side of this storm, not a hail threat, but we're seeing winds up to 60, 70 miles an hour in southern Parker County, moving towards Annetta south, into portions of southern Parker County. That's moving towards Willow Park and Weatherford, this little segment that has wind, so that could be an issue. Aledo, Annetta south. No hail, but we're seeing pretty strong winds. Granbury, east sides of Granbury, Lake Granbury, we could have winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour right now with wind-driven hail. So, okay, thank you, Tammy. Yeah, you got pea-sized hail. That's better than what the radar is suggesting. Just got a report. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this storm in Denton County, still capable of at least golf ball size hail. I'm going to turn that off. Oh. Coral City, Argyle. Here, I'll do a storm track. I know y'all want to know when exactly it's going to come and say hello to you. All right, let's do this. Recline the chair. And for places like Goldwaith, San Saba, Brady, Mason, Junction, y'all do have some storms. They're not severe. Maybe pea to dime size hail, 40, 50 mile an hour winds, heavy rain. All right, let's do this. Make sure we've still got good data. 720. Okay. So let's do this. That's not what I wanted.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles north of Corral City in Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, quarter-size hail near Robson Ranch.
Okay, so that's good. That's good in the sense that it's not, tennis balls. All right, so again, those of you in North Lake, you're getting hail right now. Those of you in Corral City, aka that gas station on 35W, you're about to get hail. Argyle, you're getting hail, or you're going to get hail in the next few minutes. Corinth, south sides of the city of Denton, Lake Dallas, Shady Shores, you're going to be getting hail in a minute. Or in the next 15. Could be golf balls. This storm generally moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Getting a lot of hail reports right now coming in on social media. Thank you, y'all. Please only do that when it's safe to do so. But thank you after the fact. Back down here in Granbury, Tahico. Again, east Tahico, you get a storm. It's got hail and wind. A low-level circulation signature I was talking about earlier near Granbury isn't as prevalent anymore. That's good. Still, we're seeing winds. Could be over 60 miles an hour now over Lake Granbury. That'll be moving towards Godley on 171 in western Johnson County in the next few minutes. And we're going to get a warning for Johnson, Tarrant County shortly. We note severe storm capable of producing winds 75 miles an hour. Southern Parker County, Annetta South, about to cross 171 south of Weatherford. There's no hail here, heavy rain, but a lot of wind on the north side. We're getting a radar scan update here, so we'll get that scan in just a second. Audio still looks good on my end. Yeah, that's a lot of wind. So again, wind up. I think Dog's about to say, huh? Dog's ignoring me. Good enough. Thank you, Tracy. I'm mispronouncing towns. Don't take offense.
I've been staying out ahead of this storm in case it wants to go tornadic, but I-35W is probably taking a pounding. Quite a long distance along 35W, in fact.
Yeah, 35W is not happy. Hello, Caesars. Can I help you? Hi. Do you demand pets? Do you demand dog cam? Okay, hold on. Hey. You gonna be in dog cam? Yep. Nope, you can't be seen. Come on, go say hi to mommy. Oh, you get to see her butt. Bye. Oh. That was sassy. Y'all couldn't hear it because of the audio filter. Hold on a second. Okay, go again. Oh!
Texas local storm report from Corral City in Denton
Yeah, we're gonna make
County,
your howl the sound of
Texas.
a warning alarm.
Hail
Yeah.
magnitude
Ow.
estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur
Sass.
radio. Additional information.
Yeah. Ow.
Golf ball size hail at I-35W
Well,
and
you just blew out the
407.
speakers to 20,000 people. Okay. No more blowing out speakers. I'm sorry, people speakers. Good girl. Yeah, you good girl. My apologies, but the dog is dog, and dog demands attention. But again, we continue to monitor this storm in eastern Hood County, about to move into Johnson County. You can see pretty decent hail. Switching over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, as I use one hand to pet dog. You can see those blues showing up. Those are winds over 60 miles an hour, southeast of Granbury now, and approaching Annetta South and Annetta. This wind near Annetta is moving northeast towards Aledo and Willow Park. This activity near Granbury moving
Texas
east towards
local
Godwin.
storm report from Justin
And we'll
in
have a
Denton
new severe
County,
warning for Johnson
Texas.
County in just a moment.
Hail magnitude estimated
So we'll let that come
3.00 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, 3-inch size hail in Justin near 156 and 407. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hood, Johnson, Parker, and Tarrant County in Texas.
Yeah, okay, go say hi to Mom. I have to go chase a dog out. Hold on a second.
Texas local storm report from Corral City in Denton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, tennis ball size hail near North Lake.
Hey, David, I've got a live photo ready for you from Justin, Texas, Adam Lucio.
My apologies, humans, but if you don't give the dog the time of day, the dog will do bad things. Alright. What, you don't like me sending you voice messages while I'm doing severe weather coverage? Sorry.
Texas local storm report from
Getting
1
great to
mile
summon
south
this
of
phone.
Granbury in Hood County,
A hail report at
Texas.
Granbury.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch.
Okay.
Reported by public. Additional information, quarter size hail.
Okay, quarter-size hail reported in, Granbury. Yeah, I don't know why the sirens are going off in Denton. Folks, in Denton, you're fine. There's no tornadoes. Even the hail threats come down comparative to what it was earlier. Argyle, Rome, ouchies. Denton, you might get golf balls on the south side of town. Well, I say that. Apparently, Corral City got tennis balls, so near North Lake. Justin. So, I mean, it's still dropping big hail, it sounds like. Least golf ball size possible with this storm in Denton County. Argyle up to Denton to Corinth, Oak Point, New Hope, Little Elm, Lake Dallas. Storm moving northeast at 30. So it'll be in New Hope and Oak Point in the next 20 minutes. Let's talk about this storm down in Hood County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Tarrant, Johnson, Hood, Paca counties. I know it's Parker, but I like saying it is Paca. Sorry, deal with it. My stream. It's 7:28 p.m. A severe storm is located near Godley, moving east at 45 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing golf ball-sized hail and 65-mile-an-hour winds. Locations included in this severe thunderstorm warning. You ready for my really fast talking list? Hold on, let's take a swig of caffeine. Well, let's talk about locations. Interstate 35W between mile markers 22-51. Interstate 20 between mile markers 422 and 453. Interstate 30 between the beginning and mile marker 32. Locations included in this warning: Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Mansfield, Burleson, Cleburne, Benbrook, Crowley, Forest Hill, Granbury, Kennedale, Everman, Keene, Joshua, Alvarado, Rendon, Pecan Plantation, Venus, Edgecliff Village, and Aledo. I could have said it a lot faster if it makes you feel better. Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Mansfield, Burleson, Cleburne, Benbrook, Crowley, blah, blah, blah. There's the new radar. Little inflow notch. How cute. Let's take a look at that. Do we have anything to worry about with said inflow notch? Probably not. Even though sometimes these storms show notches, it doesn't mean there's necessarily a tornado threat. For example, looking at this, we don't see any defined low-level rotation. We see plenty of wind being pushed out by this storm, winds up to 65 miles an hour, but nothing that suggests spinny, spinny, doom, doom action. That being said, the potential for strong winds, heavy rain, etc., certainly there. Tornadoes? No. Okay. I mean, the only tornado warning in the country right now is technically northwest of Tulsa, Oklahoma, so I'm still blurry, eh? So let's switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. We got a pretty good little line of stormies here now, don't we? Moving east at 45. Okay, so let's do this, because if they're all moving east at 45, I can at least draw them as one big happy line, which makes my life easier. I'm going to do 50, though, because it makes me happy. All right, so assuming this continues, here's where storms are going to be in about an hour. Joshua, 740 to 745. Cleburne, 740 to 745. Grandview, about 8 p.m. Blum, about 750 to 755. City of Meridian, about 740 to 745. City of Hillsborough, 810 to 815. Itasca, about 810. Grandview, about 8 p.m. Italia, or Italy, depending on your pronunciation, 820. Waxahachie, about 8:20, Midlothian about 8:05, Venus about 8 p.m., Glen Heights about 8:22, Red Oak about 8:20, City of Duncanville about 8:10 to 8:15, Dallas Baptist University
Texas local
8:15.
storm report from Iredell in Bosque County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information: quarter-size hail in Iredell.
Cool. Happy birthday. All right. And then Lancaster, about 8:30. DeSoto, about 8:25. Arlington, Grand Prairie, let's just say 8 o'clock because it makes me happy. So, that is what we have there. Let's take a look at our storm farther north. A severe thunderstorm currently located over Argyle. Now, there's a... yeah, that'll do it. There's... Thank you for the report, Angela, out of Lake Granbury. That looks like half-dollar size hail, maybe a ping pong. Getting reports out of Argyle. Okay, yeah, this storm in Argyle. I said golf balls. Yeah, golf ball to tennis balls. Let's go with that. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail in Argyle right now, moving towards the city of Denton, Corinth, Shady Shores. This will stay north of Louisville. This storm definitely took a left turn. Could eventually make it into places like Lakewood Village by 8 p.m. Oak Point near 8 p.m. Shady Shores about 8:12. Prosper, 8:20. Frisco, about 8:15. And that's assuming this doesn't take a left turn or weaken. We've got heavy storms with maybe some small hail back down into Justin, Hazlet, Texas Motor Speedway, 11435W into West Fort Worth. Gusty winds, maybe some small hail, heavy rain. Pretty good surge of wind riding up 377 now northeast of Crescent. That's going to be approaching Benbrook soon. Southeast of Aledo, we could have winds over 60 miles an hour here. That's moving northeast up 377. Northern side of this thunderstorm. Further south in Godley, we have the potential for golf ball size hail. Maybe some winds 50 to 60 miles an hour. Further south from there, we have a thunderstorm, Walnut Springs to Iredell, west of Meridian. That storm could be producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, moving east towards Morgan at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. And again, these storms moving east quickly, 40 to 50 miles an hour. These little purple boxes are where the radar thinks the storms are going to be moving over the next 1 hour. I'm going to have to go get a throat lozenge in a minute. Rip throat. Again, we have no tornado warnings. If sirens are going off, it is because of the hail. No tornadoes at this time. Some big hail around Denton. Could have golf ball size hail, maybe a bit larger than that. For the next several minutes. We're live on interesting. So it's lagging on that. Why is it lagging on that? Sorry, I'm doing some housekeeping. We're streaming on like 7 social media networks, and one of them's laggy for some reason, so I'm taking a look to see why. Because it doesn't really make much sense. So again, no reason to be scared. There's no tornado warnings. We don't have any tornado issues. We got some hail, we got some wind, some heavy rain, and some lightning, but no big scary spinny dooms at this time. Jason, if you're listening, I saw the feed on the OBS on mini PC lagging. I added my NDI source for now on there just in case it had something to do with the link we're using to stream from on that. So I'll try to figure it out. I'm not seeing any notes from y'all about the feed lagging, so I'm just going to assume it was something completely different. I know y'all have no idea what I'm talking about, but one of the stream links were lagging, and it looks like every other thing was fine. So, all right, let's talk about what we have going on up north. Hail core is weakening around the city of Denton. That's good news. Still plenty of quarter-size hail falling, maybe up to the size of golf balls in places like Argyle, south side of Denton to Corinth. Now, Oak Point, Lincoln Park, New Hope, Lake Dallas, Lakewood Village, maybe northwest sides of Little Elm up to Krugerville over the next 15 minutes, but the hail core is weakening. So hopefully we don't have tennis balls flying out now, but we should have some quarters. Further southwest, we have storms that are developed, Tarrant County into Parker County, heavy rain, maybe some small hail. And then we've got a pretty good source of wind here in southeast Parker, southwest Tarrant. Notice this is the how hard it's raining mode. Heavy rain, small hail. But if we switch it to the wind mode, You could see the radar's detecting winds about 60 to 65 miles an hour at 377 southwest of Benbrook, northeast of Crescent. That area of wind is moving northeast up 377 towards Benbrook. So again, the potential for that to have strong winds. We have a storm near Godley, looking less intense than it was. It's not really looking supercellular anymore. Notice it's kind of a squall line now, back to a linear mode, which is good. That'll help limit the hail threat from doing, softballs. But we could still have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail and the potential for wind gusts over 60 miles an hour as these storms continue moving east quickly at about 50 miles an hour towards Joshua. No, it's doing it on that too. Interesting. Let me fix that. Wonder. Yeah, I don't know why that's lagging. I'm gonna have to look at that. Interesting. I think it's just mini PC. Whatever, there's nothing I can do about that. All right, so again, those of you wondering, no tornado warnings, no tornadoes. Sirens have gone off in a few towns because of hail, but we have no tornadoes, which is good news. Storm in Denton County, heavy rain, maybe quarter to golf ball size hail, but it's weakening. That's good news. Storms in Tarrant County, very little hail right now, but some heavy rain down near Benbrook. Heavy rain, some wind down near Benbrook. We're seeing some wind right now. Ooh, now now let me tell you, that's not something I want to see. Stand by. That might actually be a low-level circulation. So we're going to take a minute. We're looking now southeast of Godley. South of Joshua, let me turn off that so you can see it. What I'm looking at here specifically is this area of... That doesn't make sense. What did that just do? Okay, we're going to restart. Thank you. I'm breaking things. Area of rotation now showing up southwest of Joshua. We'll get an updated scan in a minute. We'll see what that does. But again, I'm now starting to see a little area of low-level rotation on 171, southeast of Godley, southwest of Joshua, northwest of Cleburne. This would generally be moving to the east towards Joshua and King, crossing over 174 near Joshua, north of 67, maybe moving towards King. Again, the potential for a spin-up tornado, perhaps, increasing now near 171. That's where it is as of 2 minutes ago. With these storms moving so quickly, though, it's probably east of 171 now, coming up on 174. This would be near... Here, I'm going to put some roads on here. Would have just crossed over County Road 1017, moving towards County Road 1022. You've got Highway 174, County Road 901, County Road 903, south of Joshua, north of Cleburne. And again, what we're looking for here is any indications of strong low-level rotation. We do have that there. Whether or not this is just a quick spin-up on the radar data or the start of an actual low-level sustained circulation is questionable. You can see the latest scan, that circulation is still there. So, with that in mind, let's check how hard it's raining mode. If we had any tornado there, it'd be completely wrapped in rain. No tornado debris signature detected, but we are seeing
estimated 1.00 inch.
Sustained
reported by public.
Low-level rotation.
Information.
Okay, be quiet. So we do have sustained low-level rotation now, coming up to County Road. Is a low-level circulation, possible spin-up tornado now coming up on the Chisholm Trail Parkway. Chisholm Trail Parkway at County Road 904. So this will be crossing over the Chisholm Trail Parkway right now, County Road 904, moving east-northeast towards the city of Joshua. So we have no tornado warnings. We don't issue tornado warnings, but we might have a spin-up tornado in progress, or at least some very strong damaging winds in the vicinity of the Chisholm Trail Parkway, County Road 904. A couple miles southwest of Joshua. This is moving east, maybe a little east-northeast. After the Chisholm Trail, it'll move east, cross Highway 174 near Joshua. Tornado warning. A tornado warning now. Stand by. Seeing y'all think I'm useless.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Johnson County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning now for Johnson County until... Well, it doesn't really matter until 8:15 p.m. So we have a possible tornado now just east of the Chisholm Trail Parkway at County Road 904. Briar Oaks, King, Joshua, you need to move to a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We advise no travel on Interstate 35W between mile markers 22 and 55. Those of you in the city of Alvarado, you are included in this tornado warning. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets, if you got them. Stand by a second. Venus, Alvarado, Briar Oaks, King. Tornado now crossing 174, about a mile south of County Road 904. So again, it's it is 7:50 p.m. A tornado warning until 8:15 p.m. now. For Johnson County, this tornado warning does include Alvarado, Keene, Briar Oaks, Joshua, Venus, north sides of the city of Cleburne. This will stay north of the city of Cleburne if you are south of 67. A tornado currently over Highway 174, indicated by radar, near County Road 901. Those of you in Keene need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not go outside looking for this. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. This thing's wrapped in heavy rain. You're not going to see it. You're just going to see rain. I promise you. I've been doing this longer than most of you have been alive, at least. If you're under the age of about 16 or 17, so maybe if you're watching on TikTok. Rest of you, I guess, well, still believe me. So again, tornado crossing 171 right now, 174, east of 171, near Vaughn Road, County Road 901. This is now east of 171. Cleburne, this is staying northeast of you. City of Keene, not so much. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in the city of Alvarado, this is heading your way if it doesn't dissipate. A tornado warning for Johnson County. All right, let's quickly look. North Denton County, your storm's weakening. That's the good news here. Possibility of some quarter-size hail. Winds 60 miles an hour, maybe. Heavy rain. Frankly, that thing's dissipating pretty efficiently at this point, so hail size is likely quarter-size hail or less up there. Tarrant County, we've got heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. Strongest winds around Benbrook right now, maybe 50 miles an hour. That's calmed down. Storms from Rio Vista to Blum to down 174 to Morgan and Meridian. Could have quarter-size hail, winds 50 to 60, moving east at 50. Avant, severe thunderstorm. We'll switch over to the Granger radar to get a better look at this. Storm, quarter golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, moving east. It along 84. That storm could be a threat to Gatesville in about 40 minutes. Other storms further southwest into the Concho Valley could have dime to quarter-size hail, localized winds to 60. All storms moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We'll have more storms this evening in central Texas, the hill country, with the threat of some damaging winds and hail. A possible tornado is now located east of 174. If you're in Joshua, you're clear. If you're in Cleburne, you're clear. If you are in Keene, you are not clear. Possible tornado approaching County Road 701, about 2 miles north of 67. Those of you in the city of Keene, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Should this tornadic circulation continue, it will be a threat to the city of Alvarado. I'm going to put a tracker on here just for the circulation. Keeping in mind it's unlikely to persist too long. Alvarado, 8 o'clock to 8:02. Venus, 8:12. And if this storm continues, it'll make it to Waxahachie, 8:34. Again, the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado now near Mansfield Road, Old Mansfield Road, about 1 to 2 miles north of Highway 67 in Cleburne, in Johnson County. This thunderstorm is not going to impact Cleburne with a tornado. It's raining, it's pouring, it's windy in Cleburne. I'll leave the map be. Circulation, not as strong on the which way the wind's blowing mode now. We'll get an updated scan in a minute. But again, this thunderstorm, the potential for a brief tornado as it moves into Keene. We had a pretty good low-level circulation as far back as Highway 171 and County Road 1010. Possible tornado would have crossed the Chisholm Trail Parkway about a mile south of County Road 904 and crossed over State Highway 174 near the United Cooperative Service area, north of Cleburne, south of Joshua. You can see the latest scan now, that circulation moving quickly east, already east of Keene by like half a mile. That'll be crossing over 67, moving towards the city of Alvarado. This is not a super duper tight circulation, but one that could produce a brief tornado. And again, in case you're wondering what I'm looking at, I have, if you count the splits, like 20 monitors in this room. If it makes you feel better, only 10 are on. So again, we have a tornado warning until 8:15 p.m. for Johnson County. If you are in the city of Cleburne or Joshua, this thunderstorm is east of your location. You're clear. If you're in Keene, it's moving away from you, but I'd still be in a safe place for another 10 minutes. If you're in the city of Alvarado, this possible tornado is less than 10 minutes away from crossing over 35W near Highway 67, which means those of you in the city of Alvarado should be seeking shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, not a bad idea. But again, at this point, this isn't a super duper tight, strong circulation. So if we had a tornado occur, in all likelihood, it'll be brief and on the weaker side. But even weak, brief tornadoes will mess up your day if it hits you. So that's why we want folks to be in a safe place. I know we have plenty of other storms ongoing right now, but keep in mind we are focusing on the most life-threatening ones. So that's why if there's a storm near you, yes, you could have quarter to golf ball size hail if it's severe. winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour, but many storms this evening are not severe. They have rain, they have 40-mile-an-hour winds, they have pea-size hail. You can track those storms with the free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or better yet, just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app wherever you download apps for your device, and that'll let you get your local weather forecast, track these storms with the free interactive weather radar. Technically, there's 2 in there, and you can watch our live severe weather coverage and storm chasing video. Here's the latest velocity. Oops. Daisy. Here's the velocity data. Now, the good news is that super tight low-level signature is gone. So, whatever sort of spinny doom mischief we had is no longer evident. Which means we'll have to see what comes out of this. But, again, for now, we're in better shape than we were 5 minutes ago. Those of you in Alvarado, Venus, remain in a safe place. If you're in Briar Oaks and Burleson, you're fine. You can come out. There's no tornadoes near you. If you're in Joshua, Cleburne, you're clear. You're fine. You can come out. If you're in Keene, you're fine now. It's past you. You can come out. It's storming, it's pouring, it's windy, and maybe hailing, but there ain't no spinny doom action for you. The possibility of a brief spin-up tornado is now, if there was one, near Highway 67, about 2 miles west of 35W, coming up towards that quick trip and all that at 35W and 67. It's the latest velocity scan showing strongest wind very near Interstate 35W and Highway 67. I'll be honest, the good news is we don't have a clear, defined low-level circulation right now. One issue or benefit, it's both. The benefit is the radar literally is in Burleson, so we're looking very near the surface. A disadvantage is sometimes you like looking up maybe 1,000 feet just to see what's going on, but at this point, that circulation's weakened, so that is good. Little Elm. Good news. Severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County, gone. That storm has weakened. It's a thunderstorm with small hail gusty winds. No severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings for Denton County. That storm that dropped softballs earlier has gone. We have ordinary thunderstorms with lightning, small hail, heavy rain. Denton County, Tarrant County, it's raining, it's pouring, small hail gusty winds, nothing severe. So that is the good news. And we've got one tornado warning for a thunderstorm that tried to put a brief tornado down earlier back over the Chisholm Trail Parkway, 171 and 174 north of Cleburne, south of Joshua. It's weakened over the last several minutes. So we'll have to see what they decide to do with this warning. But we'll get a new radar scan in just a minute. Regardless, this thunderstorm remains capable of producing maybe some quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour outside of any tornadic circulations. Further south, we have a thunderstorm. Oh, that was spooky. Make sure we don't have anything. I don't see anything. We have storms east of Meridian moving towards Lake Whitney, east of Morgan. The potential for some large hail, gusty winds. Further southwest, We got storms from Hamilton to Avant to Lometa. Those storms are moving east. The potential for quarter to half-dollar size hail. Winds over 60 miles per hour. Moving east. At about 50 miles an hour. So the good news is, for now, we don't have any indications from storms that we're getting any super big hail. At least, baseballs. All right, looks like the Storm Prediction Center has just indicated they're going to be issuing a severe weather watch for portions of northeast Texas and east Texas soon. I'll go ahead and read this. The severe threat is increasing across portions of northeast Texas. Severe hail and wind are the main threats, although a tornado can't be ruled out. A severe weather watch is likely to be issued over the next hour. I'll read the meteorological discussion shortly, then we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, give you all another timing update tonight. So again, if you're in Alvarado, you're getting wind. All right, there is that low-level circulation. Whether it's the same one or a new one, there is evidence of a low-level circulation now, north of 67, east of 35W. If you're on 35W, you're clear. This possible tornado's east of you. Now, it's horrible driving conditions, but you're clear. If you're in the city of Alvarado, you have a possible tornado about 2 miles northeast. That's moving east at 50. Stay in shelter until 8:10. Come out, you'll be good. Venus, you're up next. Y'all need to be in a safe place if you're in Venus. I know there's a lot of trailers north of Venus. Those are not safe. Even a weak tornado will knock those over like it's a tin can, whatever. Don't be in a trailer during a tornado or a mobile home. They are great, affordable living, great places to live, but they do not do well in tornadoes or damaging winds, so we want folks to be out of those. Head down to the Sonic there or the gas station at 67, but you don't have much time. Sonic, Waterbug, take your pick. Click that. I don't know what we got. An uptick in storms there. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's interesting. McAllen. So again, there's the newest scan. We've got some pretty good wind. And almost what I'd call a shear axis here, where we could see quick spin-up tornadoes. This would be coming up towards FM 2738, Cummings Road, Rolling Trails Court. If you're in the city of Alvarado at 35W and 67, you're clear. You can come out of shelter. This is east of you now. If you're in Lillian to Venus, you need to be in a safe place in case we do have a spin-up tornado. You can kind of see that little appendage right there. We're real close to the radar, and this is a high precipitation supercell. Let me get rid of that storm track. But you could see right there. That's your little appendage. Your area of rotation. If we had a brief weak tornado spin up, that is where it would be. And it would be completely and utterly wrapped in heavy rain. So you would not see it. Even if it hits you, you would not see it because you just see rain spinning around and stuff flying around and, all that stuff that tends to make for bad days. So again, if you are in Venus to Lillian, I'd advise you to be in a safe place. It remains unclear whether or not the Weather Service will issue a tornado warning for Ellis County, but we'll see. We haven't heard any confirmed reports of a tornado touchdown. We'll see if we have any damage reports come in over the next little while. Oh. But we shall see. But again, I want to be clear. Tornado is a tornado, but we're not talking about long track, violent tornadoes. Not like the kind Ohio may see tomorrow. Ohio's got the potential for a really bad tornado outbreak tomorrow. For what it's worth, Adam Lucio, the live stream that you just saw disappear about 5 minutes ago, yeah, he's flying up to Ohio tomorrow morning from DFW to chase in Ohio tomorrow. So, when we're spending money on last-minute plane tickets to go across the country to chase a setup, that is a very good-looking setup. All right, so again, those of you in eastern Johnson County, Venus to Lillian, I would advise you to be in a safe place. Even if we don't have a tornado, which we do not have a confirmation of at this point, we're seeing very strong wind gusts, could be up to 60 miles an hour. Alvarado, you may be getting those strong winds right now. If you're in Lillian and Venus, remain in a safe place. If you're in Alvarado, you're clear. Briar Oaks, you're clear. Joshua, King, Cleveland, you've been clear for a while now. It remains to be seen whether or not the Weather Service will issue a tornado warning for Ellis County. If they do, it would likely include the city of Midlothian. There, yeah, see? Waxahachie, I must just love you. I hope to live there one day. So Midlothian, based on what I'm seeing now, I don't think they're going to put a tornado warning now. But a storm with nasty wind, yes, that's heading your way. And again, I realize we have a lot of storms going on. We're going to talk about the rest of those in just a minute. I'll talk about the timing for storms tonight. We are going to see some more storms fire up that could have some wind and hail further south. But let's get through this tornado warning first, and apparently northeastern Oklahoma's just having a bad day. We're going to take a look at that real quick, because I'm a weather weenie and I want to see what's going on. Yeah, they're having a bad day. What's going on in Missouri? Oh, bad time to be on I-44 near Lebanon, Missouri. Then again, isn't it always? Yeah, that's a problem. So, alright, back down here. We have a tornado warning for 5 more minutes. Far eastern Johnson County, specifically near Venus. Yeah, I mean, look, what you're looking at here is a shear axis. And yeah, you can get brief tornadoes along this, but that's not your classic tornado signature right now. That being said, we're going to have to watch it closely. We're also using a radar that is really close to this storm, which can be deceptive in that we're looking like 100 feet off the ground. So if you don't have a tornado down, the storm itself is going to look weaker, at least velocity-wise. So what I'm going to do... let's see, which radar is going to be closest? That's probably for Ellis County, yeah.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas, Ellis, Hill, Johnson,
Okay,
and
so
Tarrant
they are
County
not
in
going to
Texas.
extend the tornado warning. But they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to look from the radar down near Granger. That's going to give us a look at the mid-levels. See, this storm is still ruffity-puffity, yippity-doo, throwing out hailstones and wind, hoo-hoo. And it has a mid-level mesocyclone. So, we're going to watch it carefully. It is still a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, hail, maybe quarter size, and can't rule out a spin-up tornado. And trust me, we're going to be watching that like a hawk now. We're going to be looking for any sort of spinny, doom signatures, because, oh, what the... Okay, well, it may not have a tornado, but it's got a lot of wind now. That thing just went huffity-puffity. I'm going to blow down your sonic sign. The potential for hurricane-force winds now on Highway 67 between Alvarado and Venus. So, there may not be a tornado, but there's hurricane-force winds, and guess what? Both would have probably been similar intensity, so I'd still encourage you to be in a safe place, because this hurricane-force wind stuff is going to try to blow your house down. Or at least your fence. Your fence is probably rip. I'm very sorry. So if you're in Venus, get ready for very strong west winds over 70 miles an hour, maybe 80 miles an hour. This is going to be moving into western Ellis County. Yep, that means you, Midlothian. The potential for winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-sized hail. Midlothian, Maypearl, next several minutes. Waxahachie, a bit after that. All right, let's do a storm track on this real quick. I'll give you some times. Then we're going to go... Actually, no, let's do this. North to south. Let's use the magical, super-duper awesome button that lets me play loopity-loopity-loopity-doo. Yeah, I'm making up rhymes. So should you. I'm about to get yelled at by Jason. He's going to come on here and be like, stop it. So again, here's a look at the last, I'm just going to switch it to an hour because we got stuff to do, but you can see the supercell that dropped all sorts of hail. Weakened. It went bye-bye. It's no longer severe or making hail. It's over Prosper now. You got heavy rain, you got small hail, etc. Hi, Heather. You've got heavy rain down towards DFW Airport, Grapevine, south into Fort Worth. Maybe some small hail there. Venus, you need to be in a safe place. You've got hurricane force winds coming into town now. Line of severe storms producing quarter-size hail, winds of 70 plus. Heavy rain from Alvarado to Venus, all the way down towards Blum Meridian. Further southwest, Hamilton to well, technically, Avant to Lometa moving east. You can see storms there. Hail. Quarter golf balls, heavy rain, moving east. Thank you, Kayla. You should be good to go now. Though I can't totally rule out a couple more storms later tonight. Those of you in Alvarado, you're clear. We got storms that are not considered severe. To be severe, you have to have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds or larger. These storms down in the southeastern Concho Valley, the northern Edwards Plateau, are not severe. But some of them may become severe. All right, real quick. Again, I just want to look at this storm moving into Ellis County because of the wind. Then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, give y'all an actual sense of timing for the rest of the night. But again, this thing moving into Venus, you guys are getting blasted by hurricane force winds. I mean, that is an ouchies on the David scale of boo-boos. Look, that's 85 miles an hour. Folks, in Venus, you're getting hit by the equivalent of a weak tornado right now with straight-line wind. And for what it's worth, if this wraps up at all again, this could be a precursor to tornado genesis. We're going to be watching for that. But again, those of you Midlothian to Maypearl, get ready. Damaging hurricane force winds inbound. And we're going to be very mindful of the fact this thing may try to spin up again at some point. But regardless, a hurricane force straight line winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour or an EF0, EF1 tornado, yeah, that's dangerous. So take it seriously. All right, let's zoom out. We're going to look at the state. We're going to get rid of all the super data. Since we have no tornado warnings right now, we're going to switch back to the more eye-soothing blue. This should say April 1st, by the way. If it's showing April 14th or something on your screens, then apparently it's the social media's fault. I'll look later. It's probably a derp on social media because social media is useless except in most situations. All right, let's take a look. Clear all the layers off the map. I got to switch into a magical button. We're going to press that. 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 And we're going to do is I'm going to take a look at what this model has right now, 8 o'clock. So this is what this model shows at 8 o'clock. It's a little slow, but it could be worse. So this will at least give us an element of the timing for the rest of the night, all right? And that's all this is for. I don't want you to nitpick and be like, it's exactly over my house at 9 o'clock. I may have just put a sassy tweet out. Uh-oh. All right, so here's what we're doing now for the rest of the night. You can see this model has storms still going through about maybe 1 a.m. Yes, we're going to see fewer storms, and they're going to start behaving more, but some storms may still be throwing out quarter-size hailstones and winds over 60 miles an hour at 1 a.m. We do note, aka San Antonio, Austin, Waco, y'all may have storms in your vicinity around 10 to 11 p.m. Watching that stuff out west in the hill country. DFW, we'll have to watch. There is a chance we may see 1 or 2 storms try to fire up behind these storms, but the atmosphere may be worked over enough to prevent that. Okay, Midlothian. Venus, you just got blasted by wind. Midlothian, you're next, although it may stay south of town, move more towards the Midway Regional Airport. That poor airport, man. You know, when I lived down in Duncanville and Cedar Hill, I would always go to Midway Regional Airport. It was a great place to do weather spotting. I cannot tell you the number of times I sat at that airport and got run over by storms with wind. Of course, the December 26, 2015 tornado pretty much started there, the Ovilla one. Now the airport's going to try to get hit by this nasty surge of wind again, which is beneficial to us just because there's a weather station there that'll tell us exactly what the wind gust is, but again, we have no tornado warnings at this point. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. And now that I've let that play for y'all long enough, hopefully you have a sense of timing. And yes, places like San Antonio, y'all may have some activity later this evening. All right, let's go back to the super-de-duper-de awesome blossom button of life. Let's... Actually, that did nothing. I'm pretty sure there's a "that's what she said" joke in there somewhere, but I'm going to refrain. Nope, never mind. Buttons, buttons, buttons. All right, there we go. All right, thank you for that report, Brittany. All right, so this nasty little thing. Now, let's do this again. Den, Collin, Tarrant, most of Dallas counties. It's raining, it's storming, there's gusty winds, lightning. No big hail, no big wind, no tornadoes. Same is not said for this storm near Midlothian. This thing is throwing out hurricane force winds right now. We got winds possibly over 75 miles an hour now, exiting Venus to the east, moving towards the southwest sides of Waxahachie. Unfortunately, right where all those manufacturing facilities are, or the industrial areas. If you've been down there on 67 between Venus and Midlothian, you know there's a huge manufacturing industrial area in that area. Very descriptive. Well, they're getting slammed right now, so with all that sheet metal, they're probably, some of that sheet metal is probably going to get blown half a mile east. Again, so Tower Road, Springbrook Drive, Prosperity Row, Lender Way, Hill Meadow Drive, FM 875. I'm going to put some on here. You could have winds 70 to 80 miles an hour right now. So I'm going to put some roads on here. Hopefully just to help y'all out a bit. And again, these are nasty looking winds. We're in the neighborhoods now, so here you go. That's an ouchies. South sides of Midlothian, moving towards Midway Regional Airport, west sides of Waxahachie, hurricane force straight line winds over 75 miles an hour possible. And we are starting to see some low-level rotation again. I'll switch back to that mode. We're going to have to watch and see if that tightens up. What we have going on right now is what we call a rear flank downdraft, an RFD. Winds on the backside of a mesoscale or a circulation aloft. If that's able to tighten up at all and we start seeing some inflow into this, we could see a low-level circulation materialize and this transition from purely damaging straight-line winds to damaging straight-line winds with the possibility of a spin-up tornado. I want to emphasize, in this case, it doesn't really matter if we're talking tornado straight-line winds. Both currently could be the equivalent of an EF1 tornado. Both will cause damage. So, I would encourage those of you in that area to be in a safe place. This will be hitting Midway Regional Airport shortly, crossing over 287. We're going to update now. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. There you can go. You can see that just updated. We'll let the super-de-duper-de blossom of awesome scan come in. There you go. Somerset, McAlpin Road, Honeysuckle Road, Skinner Road. Radar showing winds well over 70 miles an hour over y'all right now. We're showing winds up to 65 miles an hour. South sides of Midlothian up to 287. It's pouring rain. You might have some small pea-sized hail. Again, and this storm is nasty. So, nasty, nasty wind. Let's make sure we're not missing anything now. So let's go ahead. Let's go farther south. Let's see what we've got going on. This storm, by the way, Midlothian moving east at 45 miles an hour. We've got a hailer about 8 miles northwest of Gatesville. That's moving east towards the city of Waco at 50 miles an hour. This will cross over Highway 317 around Crawford, Bush, and Valley Mills about, let's say, 9 p.m. The city of Waco, 9:15 to 9:25 p.m. If it continues, the potential for quarter to half-dollar size hail, winds of 60 miles per hour. Further south, nothing's going on right now, but we do, well, I lied. Here we go. We've got a hailer northwest of Kerrville. That could have some hail with it. Quarter-size hail, that could be an issue for Fredericksburg. That storm's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour towards the city of Fredericksburg, just north of I-10 now. Moving towards Fredericksburg, further southwest, we got some storms with small hail over Leakey to Camp Wood to Uvalde. And then that activity will be moving east, northeast, about 50 miles an hour. So again, hail going to be the main issue with these storms. Southwest, or in the hill country, into portions of south central Texas.
David, I'm headed down US 175 toward Kaufman County, trying to get ahead of this. What was a tornado warning storm?
Understood. Yeah, it's trying to spin up again, I think. The RFD surge in Venus, Whataburger sign's probably down, I'm willing to bet. We'll see what happens. It's about to hit Midway Regional Airport. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, you're watching his live thing over there. In fact, you know what? Let me do something. Let's be interactive. Y'all may not be able to even read the chat on the screen, but I can at least put a small chat window on the screen. Give me just a second. Doing this while in a live stream, not usually a good idea. I may not even be able to read this, honestly, but I'll put it there. Let me try that again. Yeah, it's definitely not happy I squished it. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. I tried. Sorry, chat. I've got you up if it makes you feel better on a separate window. So again, worst of the wind right now, so we look back north, should be crossing over 287. Yeah, from Midlothian to Midway Regional Airport, just west of Business 287 in Waxahachie. This storm moving due east now at about 45 miles an hour, which means we can put a magical storm track. And I'm doing this for the wind, not necessarily the rain, but the wind. Pecan Hill, about 840. That means Red Oak, same. Palmer, 850. Ferris, 850. Interstate 45. Gray's Prairie, 910 to 915. Kemp on 175, about 925. Oak Grove, about 915 to 920. Kaufman on 175, about 915 to 920. That's where meteorologist Jason Cooley's trying to get. And again, this storm, the potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour winds right now in southeastern Midlothian. Waxahachie, you could begin some strong winds shortly. You could see latest update there. About to hit Midway Regional Airport. In fact, I think I can put on a label to where that is on here. Stand by. There you go. That's the temperature. Midway Regional Airport's right there. So radar is indicating 70 mile an hour winds. Next time the weather station updates, we'll probably find out just how strong the wind became. In fact, I'll put a Maka on this for me so I can keep an eye out. Oh, what is that? 820 mesoscale discussion. What could this be? Okay. So again, 60, 70, 75 mile an hour winds right now, southeast sides of Midlothian to Waxahachie. Seeing some strong winds south of Waxahachie now, too, down to where that fair is. I say to where that fair is. Okay, let's zoom back out. And again, that storm heading east towards pretty much Kaufman. All right, back to the how hard it's raining mode. Collin County, Dallas County. It's raining. Lightning, pea-sized hail, nothing more than that. Nothing severe, no big hail. Denton County, Tarrant County, you're winding down. Notice we do have a couple storms forming further west, though. We're going to have to watch those carefully. Man, and I thought my car in South Oklahoma City might not get messed up by hail. We'll see. I'll be annoyed if I have to run out of here, try to do coverage on the go while hiding my car. As we head further south, we have behaving storms in Whitney, Itasca to Hillsboro. Some gusty winds, maybe 40 miles an hour, maybe small hail, heavy rain. No big hail with that. We note the severe thunderstorm warnings for these storms around Gatesville have expired. The radar is still indicating there might be some quarter-size hail with that, but probably small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. If those intensify at all, they will require warnings. This storm west of Fredericksburg, I'm a little surprised doesn't have a warning with it. That looks like a hailer to me. We'll have to see. Again, would not be surprised if we had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Fredericksburg shortly. And that storm moving northeast at about 45 to 50, that would place the worst of it into the city of Fredericksburg by 8:52 p.m. Oh. Hey, look, caffeine. It's kind of a surprise I don't have a mini fridge under this desk over here just with energy drinks in it. But then the dog wouldn't have anywhere to lay, and dog outranks energy drinks. All right. Let's see what we've got going on. You can see we've actually got some other storms all the way down to the Edwards Plateau now. This is stuff that'll move into San Antonio in about 2 hours. Can't rule out some hail with that. But again, the overall tornado threat for the remainder of this evening, as it's been all day, low to very low. Can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado, especially with this storm in Ellis County if it tries to do something wonky. But at this point, it's a windbag. It's a wind maker. It is windy. Winds over 70 miles an hour possible now over Midway Regional Airport to Waxahachie. In fact, I'm going to do something. I'm going to actually call into the airport observation station and try to get a hold to see just how strong the winds have become. Just a second. Literally, I'm calling into the observation station.
Weather observation 0134 Zulu weather wind 29er 0 at 24 gusts 45 visibility 3 quarters heavy rain ceiling 700 overcast temperature 19er Celsius dew point 18 altimeter 29er 71.
Okay, so the peak wind was 45 knots, at least when we called in.
Midlothian, Waxahachie, Midway Regional Airport. Automated weather observation 0135 Zulu weather wind 29er 0 at 17 gusts 45 visibility.
Okay, so the wind gust they had 45 miles an hour. That's about 50 miles an hour, so windy, not as bad as the radar showed, but the radar is now showing winds over 80 miles an hour again over north sides of Waxahachie. Vista Way, east of 35E, off East North Grove Boulevard. So we'll see. If we got strong winds, we're going to find out about it pretty soon here in Waxahachie. Okay. I think they just issued a new severe weather watch for eastern North Texas and northeast Texas. They did until 1 a.m. for portions of northeast Texas, east central Texas, and eastern North Texas. Looks like west of a line from Palestine to Tyler to Mount Pleasant. And again, you can keep an eye on the storms, not just storms here, but across the country, across the United States. Get your local weather forecast, whether you live in Texas or the United States, with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download devices. How about this? Let's try, instead of saying devices for your app, we say download apps for your devices. There we go. And also TexasStormChasers.com. All right, Gainesville, you have nothing going on. You got some storms to your west that may try to say hello later, but Gainesville, it is clear. Nada. Zilch. Like my hairline. Oh. So again, strongest storm by far, the storm in Ellis County. All right, it is about time for me to take a little bit of a restroom break, which means we're going to get in touch with Jason Cooley and let him know I'm going to just let his stream be on for a few minutes. I'm about to take a, let's say, 2 to 3 minute quick break. I'm just going to switch over to the chaser feed for it. Prosper, you could
10-4, David.
have some rain. But again, we're talking about the worst of the worst right now. If you want to know more about timeline, we got a video up from about 4:15. We went over the timeline. And then we also, well, have our free mobile app and website. That'll give you information as well. All right, storms forming to the west. They might have a bit of hail. Yeah. Like southwest Wichita Falls, some of these may have hail again. And maybe gusty winds. All right, I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break. We're going to switch to the chaser feed for now, where you'll get to listen to meteorologist Jason Cooley serenade you. Maybe he'll start playing his trumpet. Otherwise, I'll be back in just a moment. I'm just going to switch over to the chaser feed. Prosper, you get to...
I'm just staying ahead of this storm. I'm in Seagoville, heading southeast on US 175. Going to be going into Kaufman County to be in front of a severe warned storm that is currently in Ellis County. The leading edge of the storm is now about to cross over I-45, over Ferris, Palmer, to Ennis. I'm to the northeast of there. I'm going to drop toward Kaufman and probably intercept this between Kaufman and Kemp on US 175. At that point, I don't really see any other reason to pursue these storms. I'm not going to pursue the storm. What I'm going to do is go back north. Going back north. What we're going to do is we're going to transition it back to the Red River chase. So I got to go back through Dallas. I was hoping to get down in this part of the North Texas. I was going to try to get in front of that tornado warning storm, but that tornado warning is gone. The storm is probably no longer threatening a tornado. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back north. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and pursue storms that are in northwest of Dallas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Gillespie, Kendall, and Kirk County in Texas.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn around. I'm actually going to go back through Dallas. I'm going to go all the way back the way I came, pretty much. We got rigorous thunderstorm development in west north Texas. I'm going to go back through Dallas here. So I'm abandoning the Kaufman and Kemp idea. Some wind. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado. It's looking pretty low risk at this point. Going back northwest. It's That's going to be the plan now. See what the stuff in western North Texas wants to do. Texoma, all that stuff. It's going to be a long evening. Imagine all that stuff is blowing up along the Red River. So indeed, headed that way now. Repositioning for the late night storm chase. Texoma, North Texas, southern Oklahoma. Got baited south of Dallas with a tornado-warned storm, and all that tornado-warned storm, pretty gusty. It's gusting out some wind, but it's not. I don't think it's going to produce a tornado. So, it's on US 380. Went through Dallas to come down here, and now I'm changing my mind, going all the way back north. But that's okay. David-Reimer, our Baldy-in-Chief. Oh, we get a lightning show at least. David-Reimer, Baldy-in-Chief, is taking a quick break. That throat needs recovering after at least 2 hours of talking.
I'll leave y'all alone for like 5 minutes, and you make the storm near Fredericksburg go from nothing to suddenly looking like it has baseball-sized hail. Come on, people. That's why I can't do nice things and go places. I leave for 5 minutes, and y'all in the chats turn storms into angry. All right, real quick. All right, let's go take a look at what y'all have bestowed upon yourself. Oh, good, because that's going towards a great populated area. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, meet your next Taylor candidate. This will be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail about 5 miles southwest of Fredericksburg. It's moseying on along. Looks like it wants to take 290 east towards Johnson City, at which point Johnson City could have tennis ball size hail by 9:15 to 9:20 p.m. Thereafter, approaching western Travis County, Briarcliff, Lakeway, Dripping Springs, Bee Cave by 9:45 p.m. And if it continues from there, oh good, it's only going to hit a really populated portion of central Texas called the capital of the state of Texas around 10 p.m. So please, let's not have a hailer do that. Regardless, I'm just the messenger. Mama Nature makes the decisions in this relationship, and in this case, Johnson City, you could have big damaging hail up to size tennis balls by about 9:15, 9:20 p.m. around 290 east towards Dripping Springs, 9:35 p.m. for Dripping Springs. Those of you in Lakeway, Bee Cave, 9:45 p.m., the city of Austin, 10 p.m. if this storm continues, the potential for tennis ball size hail. Do I sound unhappy? I am not happy. As we look further west, storms intensifying from Kerrville to Leakey to Uvalde to La Prairie. Some of these storms, the potential for hail. They may also perform a Fredericksburg and decide to become rowdy in the hail department sooner rather than later. So, appears to be our next candidate for mischief. Thunderstorms from Gatesville to Crawford, moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. Those storms further south, by the way, also moving east about 50 miles an hour. These storms Crawford to Gatesville could have nickel-sized hail winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour and are also moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Back up into Ellis County. What are we doing around Ferris? Nasty winds. Worst of the winds now on Interstate 45, east of Waxahachie from Ferris to Palmer to Garrett, north of Ennis, could have winds gusting over 70 miles per hour. And this storm complex is moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Could also have some dime to quarter-sized hail, but mainly a wind maker at this point. Collin County. Van Alstyne, Anna, Melissa, McKinney, Allen, Plano. Heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail. Gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour. Same for Dallas County. We got a little storm around Milford that may also have some small hail. But again, strongest storm in the state right now, hail-wise, is definitely that storm near Fredericksburg. Congratulations. You win a cookie. Look what you did.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Coryell, Falls, and McLennan County in Texas.
Oh, so the one we were just talking about up here. I've lost my phone. That's a disappointment to the world. Not really. All right, well, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Here you go, yippity-doo. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for you in Gatesville. A severe thunderstorm located near Gatesville, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Locations included, looks like about 9 p.m. for McGregor and Mother Neff State Park, 9:05 for Moody. Other locations in this warning include Whitson, South Mountain, Oglesby, Owl Creek, Leon Junction, Meadow Grove, Spring Valley, Mound, Flat, and Seagull. A severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of quarter-size hail and localized winds of 60 miles per hour. Looking north. So again, 3 severe thunderstorms. Number 1, near Ferris in Ellis County, moving towards the city of Kaufman. Pretty quickly, I might add. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's what all these pinks are. Winds over 70 miles an hour between Palmer, Ferris. Moving towards Grays Prairie, Oak Grove, and Kaufman, where meteorologist Jason Cooley is moving to get. Will he get there in time? No one knows, except the magical traffic gods. Ho ho. Really, where did my phone go? It's very disappointing, but probably for the best, let's be honest. At least my voice goes out. I've got cough drops now. But I also have a protein shake. You gotta stay hydrated and...
Status update, I'm going back north. Gonna get those second round of dryline storms.
Oh, he's actually going up for the dry line storms. Interesting. Mr. Cooley, that's a very interesting choice. But fair. Anyway, yeah, those of you in Wichita Falls, you may have some hail soon. It's actually an interesting look. I'm going to have to move my radar all about. Those of you in Iowa Park, Burke Burnett, Holiday, eventually Wichita Falls, looks like some storms are trying to perk up right now. Maybe some dime-sized hail, 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds, lightning, and heavy rain. We'll see if they're able to intensify and become what we call Savaya with large hail. So far, no. But we're going to watch with curiosity. All right. So again, you can see now we actually have a hail marker with this storm.
As you would expect, the freeway southeast of Dallas, it's got a lot of road ponding. It's a little bit of tough travel.
And all right, so the storm near Ferris still showing a pretty good amount of wind moving up towards Combine, western Kaufman County. We've got a storm now east of Gatesville, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. McGregor about 910, Moody about 910 to 915, over 317, Lorena 920 to 925, Hewitt 925 to 930, South Sides of Waco about 930, Robinson 930, Golinda 930 to 935, Rizel about 940 to 945, Marlin 945, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Farther south down along the road we go. Let's say hello to Fredericksburg because no one knows. Give it a moment, just a little bit, for the little dot to pop up and tell it. Heading east on 290 towards Johnson City, about 915 to 920 for Johnson City. Dripping Springs, about 930 to 935. Bee Cave 945, Lakeway 940 to 945, Briarcliff and Lago Vista about 940. City of Austin, 945 to 950. This thunderstorm is currently capable of producing up to tennis ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, at least. Be ready. Austin, that was Austin, I just gave you almost an hour lead time, so I don't want to hear no nonsense of like, without warning. Oh, please, I gave you an hour warning, and not my fault you're not paying attention. We've been talking about storms for a few days now, by the way. We've hit sassy phase of the evening. That's when you know it's time. I should have had this protein shake 30 minutes ago. I really would like to know where my phone went, truthfully. This is what happens when you have a big desk. But more than likely, I just left it somewhere. Nope. 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 I'm going to have to go hunt for my phone real quick. All right, we're going to listen to Jason for like 90 seconds while I go on a phone hunt. I'll give you the results when I return. I know we're very interested. 5 to 950, this thunderstorm is currently capable of producing up to tennis ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, at least. Be ready. Austin, I just gave you almost an hour lead time, so I don't want to hear no nonsense like warning. Oh, please, I'll give you an hour warning.
Warning has been issued for Dallas, Ellis, Kaufman, and Van Zandt County in Texas.
Morning. Guess who lost their phone and it was under their behind. I know. Y'all can suffer with me through that. Alright, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning farther north. Real quick, you can see the storms down here in south central Texas, northern Edwards Plateau, they're intensifying. We're going to have more severe warnings down here soon enough, and those could impact San Antonio over the coming hours. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the stormy near Ferris moving into Kaufman County. We'll just read the warning because it makes me happy and it gives me something to do. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Kaufman County, western Van Zandt County, northeastern Ellis County, southeastern Dallas County, until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Seagoville to near Combine to near Alma, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Woo-wee. The woo-wee was my own interpretation. Hazards include 65-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Well, yeah. Locations impacted include Mesquite, Ennis, Terrell, Seagoville, Kaufman, Canton, Wills Point, Maybank, Crandall, Combine, Tulsi, Edgewood, Kemp, Grays Prairie, Cottonwood, Purtis Creek State Park, New Terrell, City Lake, Cedar Creek Reservoir, Myrtle Springs, and sorry. This includes Interstate 20 between Mamacas 485 and 527. For your protection, get inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Today's tip of the day: when winds hit things, things like to go flying. Things tend to hit windows. Windows tend to go crack. Clearly, I've had caffeine, and clearly I should, again, have had this drink a little while ago. So, Rockwall, Hunt County's good news. It's going to rain, and that's it. No severe warnings, no big hail, no big wind, no spinny, spinny, doom, doom. You get rain. Congratulations. Take it from someone who's worrying about his car getting hit by hail as we speak. You don't want your stuff getting hit by hail. It's not fun. And when you have a lot of people get their stuff hit by hail, you have a shortage of glass. And then things get really fun. See, we can have fun here on streams. All right, let's press some buttons. Let's take a view of the state. We're going to turn off the satellite. We'll turn on the radar. And then after all that, we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model as we approach the 9 p.m. hour here on the 1st of April 2024. It's April Fools! I'm going to get a nasty gram from Jason. That's the voice you occasionally hear pop in here, by the way. Not the warning voice, but the random, slightly quiet voice. I do need to see if I can turn that volume up. That probably means he wasn't watching, which means I'm safe. But again, you can see over the last couple hours, we have had a broken line of storms develop further southwest into the hill country, Edwards Plateau. Those of you wanting to know what we use, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would encourage you for local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, where you can track stormies, live severe weather coverage, and storm chasing videos, plus the daily Texas weather roundup. I would encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, available where you download apps for your device. Also, you can visit us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar if you want to use the radar. Storms moving east quickly this evening, 40 to 50 miles an hour. The most intense storms over the last 30 minutes, mostly hail and some wind. The storm east of Fredericksburg could have up to tennis ball size hail. The rest of the storms we're dealing with have pea to quarter size hail. Strongest storm in the wind department, east of Ferris, moving towards Combine, Rosser, Kaufman, could have 65 to 70 mile an hour winds. Most storms producing 40 to maybe 60 mile an hour winds. And if Heather is watching this, Heather needs to go to bed. Which Heather am I talking about? Nobody knows, except the Heather. Thank you for all your reports this evening, by the way. Seeing all your hail reports, videos and photos of lightning. Thank you very, very much. When going outside to take pictures of hail, please do so only after the hail has stopped falling. Hail falling is dangerous and tends to cause ouchies. Well, thank you for getting our app, ladies and gentlemen. Notice we have a secondary line of thunderstorms trying to fire up back up in southwestern Oklahoma into northwest Texas. We'll have to watch some of those storms for hail, but I don't think we're going to see much redevelopment to the south of where those are farther west. At least we shouldn't. But to be honest, I'm going to look at some data just to make sure that hasn't changed, because Mother Nature is evil in her own special way. Yeah, none of the WAFs picked up on that. Interesting. Let's take a look at this. I'm just looking at data real quick. I took a panorama earlier. I'll post on as a picture on the Texas Weather Center YouTube, Texas Storm Chasers YouTube, and on some of the social media networks tomorrow of what I'm looking at in terms of my view while y'all are just seeing the live stream. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 monitors on around me, all showing me things. For example, do you know we have a Storm Chaser live stream? Having to watch that on a monitor. Do you know we have a 24/7 weather channel? Watching actually 3 monitors of that, plus another monitor that helps me maintain situational awareness, high-res radar data, streaming stuff and radar data, chats, TweetDeck, XDeck, whatever you want to call it. That's good for maintaining situational awareness with warnings. The weather radar y'all are seeing on air. Model data, more high-res weather radar, Storm Chase stream. Needless to say, we appreciate the super chats, if nothing else, because of the electricity bill. Ouchies. Yeah, we may see some of these storms in west central North Texas. We're going to have to keep an eye out to see this stuff near only to Wichita Falls. It may make a run at I-35 by 11 o'clock. Like this stuff around Wichita Falls, model data, the newest one actually does have some hail from near Gainesville up to Ardmore. But if that develops further south, we'll have to keep an eye out for Denton again, too. We'll see. They're in an environment that's worked over compared to earlier since we've had storms.
Texas local storm report from 4NW Luckenbach in Gillespie County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch.
4 miles northwest of
reported by broadcast media. Additional information, 1-inch hail reported at Bending Oaks Ranch.
That's more legible. 4 miles northwest of what was much less legible. All right. Now that we've taken a look and I've gotten to sit here and not use my brain for the last 2 minutes, let's take a look at super-duper-boppity-bop high-res weather model data. Those of you who were watching earlier when we had a tornado warning, no, I will be serious when it's serious time, but when, we're doing this for hours on end, yeah, we're going to have some mischief. We're going to have some fun, too. I know a lot of folks are worried about stuff, but folks, remember, no tornado warnings. We have some hail and some wind. If you need to be worried about something, I will happily tell you, and I will switch the demeanor from yippity-doo to real quick. All right, these storms here around Wichita Falls to Archer City up to Buck-Barnett are moving east-northeast pretty quickly. There may be some small hail, some gusty winds, but they are not what we consider severe. No yellow boxes of doom. They'd have to be quarter-size hail or larger, damaging straight-line winds with 58-mile-an-hour winds or higher. Folks asking what happened. Chasers were hyped for tornadoes and nothing developed in Oklahoma, Kansas, or Texas. I hate to break it to you, but there were plenty of tornado warnings in northeastern Oklahoma. What happened in Kansas? I don't know, because I don't care about Kansas. Be honest, I don't really care about Oklahoma either. We're Texas storm chasers. The forecast down here today, minus the storms forming a couple hours early and about 100 miles west of where we thought they were going to form, which, that was a big boo-boo, but one that wasn't foreseeable outside of about 2 hours. I'd say our forecast has been pretty spot on today. Hail was the main issue, and we had up to softball size hail. We've had some damaging winds, and yeah, we've had a tornado warning. So yeah, whatever happened up north, I don't know. Why all the storm chasers were hyped? Well, I'll give you a hint. I don't really even consider myself a storm chaser anymore. I'm the guy who sits here on camera while all the storm chasers are out playing. Remember, storm chasers generally are ambitious and have a tendency to want that kind of stuff. Not the damage, but, the stuff, because, well, if you're going to go out and do that, yeah. I'm not the kind of person that's going to hype up a forecast just to fulfill my own ego or, whatever. We had a forecast this morning. I mean, we had a 15-minute forecast video this morning over on YouTube. You can go look. I believe I mentioned a few tornadoes. Thank you, Brandy. But again, just because we've only had wind or hail, wind, that'll cause damage. Hail, yeah, that'll cause damage. That will damage. Okay, let's get back to it. Those of you wondering, from Bonham down to Wolf City, Leonard, Farmersville, McKinney, rain, some small hail, maybe pea-sized hail, a lot of lightning, gusty winds. It's loud, it's proud, but it's not spinny, spinny, doom, doom material. Further south in Kaufman County, this is the wind maker. Still showing some decent winds with this thunderstorm in southwestern western Kaufman County. Maybe 60, 65 miles an hour in spots with that. And again, maybe some small hail. This is a wind maker, heavy rain maker. So folks like Kaufman, Rosser, Oak Grove, Crandall, and Post Oak Bend, Oak Ridge, and then Kaufman the next few minutes, yeah, you're going to get some heavy rain, some hail, but probably some pretty strong winds. Same thing down here, Ennis, Bardwell, some heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. It really looks like these storms moving into Waco are weakening. There's still storms, could have gusty winds, some nickel-size hail, dime-size hail, maybe pea-size hail, maybe some 50-mile-an-hour winds, but really, they're on a weakening trend. Further southwest, storm now on 290, well east of Fredericksburg, about to arrive in Johnson City. That storm could have maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail with it as it moves east. Definitely seeing the potential for some strong winds. Johnson City, you'll be our next quote-unquote guinea pig to tell us just how big the hail is and how strong the winds have become. Not concerned about a tornado issue with this storm. And then we also have storms further southwest, Kerrville to east of Uvalde, all the way down to the Edwards Plateau. Some of these storms could have quarter-size hail, winds 60 miles an hour, etc. We'll do a storm track on this storm. That, yeah, could eventually be an issue for the city of Austin. I hope not. But alas, ladies and gentlemen, what do you know? Johnson City, about 9:20, give or take. Briarcliff, 9:40 to 9:45. Lakeway, 9:40 to 9:45. Bee Cave, around 9:45 to 9:50. Sunset Valley, we'll do 9:55 to 10. Downtown Austin, 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? So many people these days don't, and that's a disappointment, and goes as a testament to... Yeah, that's a digression. Round Rock, about 10:05 to 10:10, if it doesn't go to your south. Pflugerville, about 10:10 to 10:15. Manor, about 10:10 to 10:15. And that's assuming it's still hogging along 290, saying hello there. Further southwest, again, all those storms also progressing off to the east. These storms between Uvalde and Hondo near Seminole could ride 90 east into Bexar County and say hi there to San Antonio in about 2 hours. And yeah, it's humid out there, that's for sure. And again, we do note a couple little stormies firing back on the dry line again. We got a shower, maybe a storm well northwest of Mason on 29. And then we've also got some stormies that are struggle busing right now on pretty much 79 to Wichita Falls, 281 through Wichita Falls, and then just east of 44 now, up into southwestern Oklahoma. You can see a little line of behaving storms about to move into Oklahoma City. Nothing severe with that. Heavy rain, gusty winds, small hail. Probably just enough lightning for me to scare myself and for the 5 battery backups in this office to kick on and make it smell like battery acid for an hour. And again, the only other severe storms we have is storm in Kaufman County, which kind of does look like it's trying to weaken a bit, but still gusty winds, 60, 70 miles an hour perhaps in Kaufman the next few minutes. The potential for nickel-sized hail, heavy rainfall. Let's see if we can't get a good storm track on this, and I'll draw one. Just give me a moment, pretty please, and thank you. Okay, what do they got this at? 50. Very well. We'll draw it at 55 then. Okay, Will's Point about 9:25 to 9:30. Canton about 9:35 to 9:40. Grand Saline 9:45 to 9:50. Van 9:50 to 9:55. Edam 9:55 to 10. Quitman 10 to 10:05. Alba 9:50 to 9:55. Mineola 10 to 10:05. Lindale about 10:05 to 10:10. That would place this near the city of Tyler, give or take around 10:15 p.m. This evening, the potential currently for strong wind gusts, small hail, heavy rain. Hopefully y'all at least get some hail. It may continue slowly weakening, but, not get some hail. Good gravy, sweet Molly. Get some rain, not hail. We don't need the hail. Someone's gonna make a clip out of that and be like, wish for hail. No, thank you. I think some folks are asking about severe weather tomorrow. Let me see if I can get this to load. Give me just a second. Now this is the colors are going to be off, but you can still kind of put the scale stuff together. Tomorrow's going to be a busy severe weather day. The potential for a regional severe weather outbreak from... let's go through the states, ladies and gentlemen. Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, took me a second, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. Notice we have a level 4 out of 5 risk tomorrow in Ohio. I'll try to load the tornado data real quick. Stand by. Here's the tornado risk tomorrow. You can see medium tornado threat all the way from Indianapolis to Cleveland, Ohio to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. A little early in the year for them. Not really. Well, it might be. Through West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, even parts of Virginia itself, into Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, with the threat for a low threat of tornadoes all the way down to the Florida Panhandle. So again, yeah, tomorrow has the potential to be a very busy day across the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, into what we call Dixie Alley, the southeastern United States tornado alley. And again, we've actually got 2 chasers flying out tomorrow morning. It sounds like I think they're flying out of Oklahoma City at like 5 a.m., 4 or 5 a.m., and they're flying up to Columbus, Ohio, to get there by 11 a.m. Eastern to chase tomorrow's severe weather setup. So, yeah, normally when you buy a last-minute plane ticket, and those of you who do that or have looked at last-minute airfares, no, that's not cheap. If it looks that good, yeah, it's usually not a good omen for folks there. Okay, so again, that is for the risk tomorrow night. And then for us tonight, here's the remaining risk for us. Again, the potential for scattered severe storms through the evening hours across portions of central Texas, the Hill Country, western Brazos Valley, northeast Texas. And again, the risk's already underway. Back to what the radar looks like right now. We don't really need the satellite data, but I can at least switch it over to a different product, so it'll show the clouds better at night. You can see round 1 underway, all the way from Texoma, North Texas, down into central Texas, the Hill Country, and then
Texas local storm report from 2 miles west of LBJ State Park in Gillespie County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 1.75-inch hail reported in Stonewall.
All right, note severe thunderstorm warning for McLennan. Was a scary thunder boom. It would appear we're about to get hit here. So, a couple notes in case things suddenly disappear. I have a thunderstorm about to hit my location. Nothing severe in terms of hail, tornadoes, wind, but there's lightning. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 battery backups all connected to the electronic equipment here. So, if we take a quick power hit, we should be fine. Everything should stay on minus the lights, in which case, well, you'll know. And typically, if the thunder was close enough, I'm probably going to cry and squeal and all that. But if the power's out for more than, say, 5 minutes, we're suddenly going to disappear. That includes our 24/7 weather stream, the storm chase stream, all that. But otherwise, if I randomly jump, you know. You probably won't even hear the thunder because I've got a pretty good audio denoise software running. I have an air conditioning running in here and you can't hear it. But you'll know. And if all the lights turn off and suddenly it's dark in here with just my face illuminated by computer monitors, you'll also know. So, I mean, it beats last year where literally we had a couple tornadic supercells hit the house while I was doing coverage, and then I ended up running out of here to go chase said tornadic supercell because I don't storm chase anymore, but at the same time, it's kind of in my blood. So if, you know, there's a rotating wall cloud literally a mile southwest of the house, I'm going to be tempted to go outside and chase it. So I was last year in May. I missed a couple tornado warnings, western North Texas. I felt bad about that, but at the same time, I did get to film a tornado like 15 minutes from my house, so oops. All right, let's get back to it. So again, most storms now in Texas are behaving themselves. Some are not. We've got a severe storm between Terrell, Kemp, Kaufman, producing winds 50, 60, maybe 65 miles an hour, maybe some dime-sized hail. To be totally honest with you, they may not extend the severe thunderstorm warning. The storm itself looks like it's weakening, which makes sense. The farther east these storms get, the less favorable conditions become for severe weather. We have a lid on the atmosphere further east that's stronger. We lose some of our destabilization. The atmosphere is less unstable. This is pretty typical on dry line days. In terms of some of these other storms, you can see we've got, here, I'm just going to turn the loop back on. It's going to take us back out. It's going to want us to do that. I don't care. We're going to zoom back in. You can see we've got storms, Ellis County, McLennan County. Those have weakened. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds. Oh, yeah, Larry on YouTube remembers. And you're right, I was hanging with my Storm Chaser hoodlum buddies all night. We had dinner. But again, you can see these storms generally below severe limits, meaning they're not producing at least quarter-size hail, and they are not producing winds over 58 miles an hour. I think we're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a severe storm warning for the storm near Kaufman, which is weakening. We have a severe storm warning for the storm near Johnson City, which is weaker than it was 20 minutes ago, but is still capable of producing quarter-size hail and winds of 60 miles an hour. Some of these storms down in the hill country, Northern Edwards Plateau, we'll have to watch. And again, the threat for at least isolated severe storms will continue through about 12 to 1 a.m. in North Texas, Central Texas, the hill country. Although, as you can see, things are, for now, on the wind-down process. We can't say for sure we're going to be done until we get, well, past midnight, really. Because we have seen some redevelopment out here in northwest Texas. You can see a new severe thunderstorm warning in southern Oklahoma, just north of the Red River, from near Duncan down to Waurika on Highway 81. That goes east on Highway 70 to Ringling.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carter, Cotton, Garvin, Jefferson, and Stevens County in Oklahoma. Clay County in Texas.
Here, I turned off the noise filtering. Y'all let me know if that's too noisy. Really, we don't have any much running, but at least if I get scared to death by thunder, y'all can join in on the experience. We just had a pretty close lightning strike. But again, the good news is we are dealing with several thunderstorms that are not severe. Pea to dime size hail, 40, 45 mile an hour wind gust. No tornadoes, no baseball size hail, no hurricane force wind gusts right now. We have 2 storms in the state of Texas at this moment that could produce either winds over 60 miles an hour or quarter size hail or larger. Storm with maybe some 60 mile an hour winds, Terrell, Kaufman, Oak Grove moving towards Wills Point, Canton. That's moving east at 35 miles an hour. All these other storms, Ennis to Waco, not severe. Small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. Severe thunderstorm over Johnson City to Round Mountain could have quarter size hail. Moving east at 55 miles an hour. That's booking it. And is weakening, but still on the strong side. We'll watch. Storms from Fredericksburg to Kerrville to Bandera to east of Uvalde, west of Hondo. On the strong side, could have some small hail, gusty winds, lightning. Not severe. And then we know the storm's actually developed back here. I think that's developed. Technically, it's just been ongoing, but it pulsed up a bit between Mason and Brady there on 87.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Hays, and Travis County in Texas.
You can see the Weather Service in New Braunfels has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Northwestern Hays. Hold on a second. Excuse me. Northwestern Hays, Northwestern Travis, Northeastern Blanco counties until 10:15 p.m. A severe thunderstorm was located near Johnson City, or 7 miles south of Round Mountain, moving east at 55 miles an hour. Storm could have quarter-size hail. Sorry, dog, you don't get to come in and hide with me. Go sit with Mom. This severe thunderstorm warning includes Lago Vista, Briarcliff, Lakeway, and Bee Cave. If this storm is able to maintain itself, it could pose a threat to Cedar Park, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Austin, and Hutto by about 10 o'clock, 10. But if it continues weakening, well, you might get some rain and some small hail and gusty winds. We'll see. We're going to watch it. It could pulse back up, but hopefully we can just wind this down and have a nice, relaxed evening. And I can start taking throat lozenges for talking for 6 hours straight. Well, not normally talking for 6 hours straight. Because I'm special. And that was a lightning flash. Just for y'all's sake, I hope you get to hear a big thunder boom at some point. I mean, I'm still going to be scared half to death. Y'all may think, oh, this weather guy, he's been storm chasing 15 years. He's not scared of weather. Yeah, I'm still scared of lightning and thunder, trust me. Thunder and lightning? That's not predictable. And it always has a tendency to freak me out and scare me, so. When I was a child, I was deathly afraid of thunderstorms, all this stuff. And the reason I know so much about it now and am able to process that information and translate it to y'all is, well, to get over said fear, I learned more about it. And then it interests me more. And then I destroyed a couple cars with hail, learning more about hail. We'll go with that excuse. Actually, I wouldn't say destroyed. Storm chasers, several of them at least, take hail dents as a thing of pride. I'm cutting out bad, eh? Is that whiskey? I could use a shot. No, this is actually just flavored water with caffeine in it. Those asking where I'm located. I am located on the border of Oklahoma City and Moore. I lived in DFW specifically up until about 10 years ago. Moved up here for a girl. That didn't work out. That's life, part of God's plan. And I am still up here. I live with some storm chaser friends and their family. So, but still kept the Texas focus mantra going all these years. And I'm usually in DFW at least once or twice a week. The Heartland Flyer and I have become friends, as has Interstate 45. 35, technically, not 45. I'm not going to Houston. Sorry, Houston, but if I'm going to Houston from here, I'll just take a Southwest flight. All right. So yeah, the good news is we're doing pretty well for ourselves right now. We do have a couple of strong storms, but for the most part, even the severe storms are right on the edge. Quarter-size hail or 60-mile-an-hour winds. We don't have 90-mile-an-hour winds. We don't have spinny doom-dooms. We don't have softballs. And hopefully, we'll be able to keep it that way for the remainder of the night. We may have some hailers. Yeah, don't mess with lightning. Let me tell you, you want to. I'm afraid to see what happens if lightning ever strikes close enough to start causing issues here. I mean, this room alone has enough electronics in it to literally. Oh boy! If we had lightning hit here with the electronics, I'd have to use the insurance policy. I mean, good gravy. We've got. I mean, here, zoomed in. Where's my camera controls? Here, I'll show you. It's a mess, but I can show you at least. Here, let me do this. Reset. And that shelf back there. That's Stephen Jones's computer. He's storm chasing. His computer, that computer's running the storm chase stream. The one behind it is actually not being used right now. We just replaced it. We've got a small computer down there that's running the warning scroll at the bottom of your screen, the data stuff for that. Little baby quiet air conditioning unit for this room when it gets warm because, well, I have a lot of monitors. We'll go over here. You can see, well, you can't see, but we've got down there the equivalent of a pretty high-end gaming computer. That's running the 24/7 Weather Channel stuff we're working on and really just starting to develop, which is why it gets its own high-end computer for the stuff we want to do. The computer running this is behind that monitor. Let me see if I can't show you. Yeah, that is a, for the weather nerds out there, or weather nerd, computer nerd, that's a Corsair 7000D case. A i9 14900K in it, simply because I had a 12700K. I put that in the computer under the desk for the weather streaming stuff. 900K, or the 14900K, I got that kind of on sale, otherwise I would have just stuck with the 13900K. I could have gone. A 4080 Super. I've actually got an old 1060 in it too to run more monitors. A 64 gigs of DDR5, and then all these monitors, which, here, you can see, go up, you got monitors there.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles north of Johnson City in Blanco County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches.
Fun. Reported
by Coco Ross. Additional information, 1 to 1.5 inch hail reported.
That is a, all these monitors, by the way, I bought used off like Marketplace and stuff. None of these are brand new. That TV is just my latest edition. It's a 4K TV I got pretty cheap off Marketplace. I've got a splitter attached to that, so it's actually 4 separate displays that are just outputted into one. I can select different settings on that just to have one full screen or whatever, but yeah, those are all technically running in 4K. That is my main 4K monitor, which is useful for radar analysis and geographical locations. You know, I'm able to do all that. You can see clearly what the stream is running on there. That's just a typical monitor. You can see the monitor right behind this, which is how I'm controlling this monitor itself, the radar. Look up, you can see I've got stream chat. Morning, though. Some other chats, and then above that, I've just got TweetDeck up, so. And this camera I'm using, this is just an OBS camera. Very useful for the turning, focusing stuff. So, yeah, technically, if you want to count that 4K TV as 4 separate monitors, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 10 of these 13 are all hooked up to my main machine, that 14900K. 3 are hooked up to the weather computer, which is running the 24/7 weather stream, which has a 12700K in it and a 2080 Ti. That was my main gig up until a month and a half ago. On that shelf back there, the Chaser stream and some other stuff, we use it as our primary production machine for video editing. It's got a 13700K in it and a Intel Arc A770 with 16 gigs of RAM in it. That's actually great. We're not gaming on it, but it's great at video encoding. So that's why we went there versus one of the much more expensive NVIDIA 40 series cards, and we got that back in a year ago, so that's when the 40 series was still even more ridiculous than now. So, welcome to Nerdville. So that's, that very long spiel is to say, yeah, if we had lightning strike here, and it managed to go through these 5 high-end UPS systems, the ouchies would be real. That would be an insurance claim. That would be a big insurance claim. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now that we've gone from tech brains, let's go back to weather time. Let's go back, take a look at what we've got going on. Here's the radar over the last hour. Oh, severe thunderstorm warnings just to my south. That's nice. You can see we're doing better than we were. Pouring rain here now. Boo-hoo. That severe thunderstorm warning for Travis County has been canceled. That storm's a week and below severe limits, so really we're down to 1 severe thunderstorm warning. And that's for the storm east of Kaufman now. We'll go back, take a look at that. No tornado warnings. Only 1 severe storm warning in the state. Again, here we go. You can see that. That storm's riding Interstate 20 at this point. We'll go back to the high-res radar. You could see, really, main issue with this, maybe 50, 60 mile an hour winds. Storm itself is moving east. A lot of lightning. Maybe some gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour and quarter-size hail. Moving east. They have it moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So we'll set this up. I'll show you the radar feed again. I'm going to do 40 just to be safe. It'll be in the city of Canton in the next 10 minutes, 9:45 to 9:50. Grand Saline about 10 p.m. Van about 10:05. Edam about 10:10. Lindale about 10:25. Mineola 10:20. Quitman about 10:20. Alba about 10:05. City of Tyler knocking on your door about 10:30 p.m. And again, these storms are... It's steady state to slowly weakening. They seem to be starting to outrun their instability axis, so unless something changes, I don't think they're going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning. The good news is, it's raining. We need rain. This storm down here, the storms around Waco pretty much have dissipated, evaporated. Light rain. We have a storm over Hubbard to near Coolidge that could have maybe dime-size hail. That's moving east at 50. Let me see if I can set up these. You can see this storm I was just talking about, it might have some dime-size hail, nickel-size hail. If it continues on its present trek and doesn't dissipate, it'll cross over Highway 14 between Richland and Wortham about 9:55. I-45 from Richland down to Streetman about 10:05. And it would make it out to 287 between Palestine and Eureka in Gun Barrel City by about 10:25, if it continues. Otherwise, that storm in Travis County is starting to pulse up again. So we may have to put a warning out on this again for some quarter-size hail. But if this storm in... You want to give me some track information, please? No? Rude. Very rude. One moment, please, while I chastise. Yeah, it's trying to build itself up again. We'll see. They might have to put a warning back on it. Moving east at 55. Good mercy. All right. No, we're not doing... right behind the camera. All right. So if this storm continues, Round Rock 10:05 to 10:10, Austin 10 p.m. Bee Cave about 9:50, Lake Wade the next 5 minutes, Lago Vista by 9:50, Manor about 10:10, Pflugerville about 10:10, Round Rock about 10:05, Taylor about 10:20 to 10:25, Elgin 10:25. And again, we'll keep an eye on it. You remember how I just said that storm west of Cannes was weakening? It took it as a personal challenge because it just started shooting out more lightning in the last 5 minutes than it has in probably the last 30 combined. Rude. So again, we'll see. This storm, maybe some nickel-sized hail west of Lake Ray. But if it intensifies any further, it could get up to quarter-size hail. And really quick, I want to go... Sorry, I just saw this pop up on my feed. What's going on up here near Springfield? Oh, yeah, that's a tornado in Carthage, Missouri. Ouch. Okay, sorry. I get interested in things. This is well northeast of Joplin. Carthage, that's an ouchies. Alright, so again, besides that, this storm east of Kaufman does look a little more impressive now. It's starting to shoot out more lightning. The hail core aloft is a little stronger, so they may put a warning on this again. We'll watch it. But for the moment, what we're going to do is it's 9:40. Let's take a 5 to 10 minute... Yeah, we'll do a 5-minute break here. We're going to switch it over to the storm chasing feed of Jason Cooley. And we'll be back. Feeds aren't going anywhere. I'm just going to rest my voice for a few minutes. We'll listen to meteorologist Jason Cooley. I'm going to switch it over to you for 5 minutes. You don't have to talk. I'm just going to have your feet up. Looks like you're enjoying... What is that, 35?
in position of a severe hailstorm in southern Oklahoma. Letting David-Reimer, Baldy-in-Chief, take a brief break. But I'm still on the road chasing storms. Just had to make a dash toward Oklahoma for stuff that started firing up on the dry line again. But could be a crapshoot. Actually, we'll see. Since I'm driving north, I'm not all that impressed by what I see. But why not, right? Yeah, this stuff is lifting north. Yeah. I don't know. I might stop in Gainesville. Over in Gainesville. Once I'll look at the miles and see if anything's gonna fire up again later, but yeah. Oklahoma's finally fired up, but nothing I could really make on time. You know, I can make it to Davis, but I'm not sure if it's going to be worth going all the way up there for barely any hail or wind. Just marginal stuff. Say, I don't know. Might just stop over in Gainesville, Texas, and look things over. Maybe head home. Or I wait and see if I can get some more storms. But not looking all that likely. I'm thinking today is kind of dwindling down.
Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to say hi-ho. It's 9:45, the 1st of April, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. I do believe we're down to no severe thunderstorm warnings. Yes, sirree, Bob. Zilch, zero, nada. We have storms. We got lightning, but we do not have anything that is producing quarter-size hail or larger. No tornadoes. No damaging straight-line winds. But we are going to need to keep an eye on these storms in the hill country in central, south-central Texas. We may have more severe thunderstorm warnings as these storms organize. For example, these thunderstorms west of San Antonio near Hondo are showing some indications of developing hail cores. Not big hail, but maybe some quarter-sized hail, so we may see a severe thunderstorm warning soon for portions of Medina and Bexar counties for these storms on Highway 90 west of San Antonio, generally making the way towards San Antonio. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We're not going anywhere, mind you. I've got nowhere to be. I got no dates. Admittedly, right now, what is it, about 9:45? But admittedly, I would be out bowling right now because of, well, Bowling Monday. Hey, camera, I realize we don't care about my bald head, but can we at least pretend to care for a millisecond, please? And thank you. All right, we'll turn on the audio filtering again. It's pretty quiet in this room, but at least now you won't have any issues. Right, so again, we're going to be watching those storms. We've still got these storms out west of Austin that continue to show some indications of small hail. They're over Lakeway, the Hills, Bee Cave, Briarcliff. We've got no reports of hail right now. Anything nasty, at least, so that's good. See a radar loop over the last half hour. We're going to be watching it carefully. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings expired, but it has been trying to develop a bit of hail. And we'll have to keep an eye on it just in case. Can't totally rule out some quarter-size hail. But if that happens, I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued from the National Weather Service in New Braunfels. Same thing goes for these storms across portions of south-central Texas and the Hill Country. But as far as storms in North Texas, we have no warnings. Could have small hail, gusty winds up to 50 miles an hour, some heavy rain, lightning, but nothing that is considered severe. Severe is quarter-size hail or larger, damaging straight-line winds technically 58 miles an hour and higher, and of course, what we like to call spinny doom-dooms. Only when they're not happening. When we have spinny doom issues, we call them by tornadoes. Otherwise, we give them a nickname. You might be wondering why. Well, one, clearly I have too much time on my hands and I'm able to make up such ridiculous terms. But two, seeing the word tornado tends to really anger the social media algorithms. It's violent, so they'll hide it. They'll hide the post, the image, the video. So that's why we say spinny doom. Did that actually freeze? It's funny, I was talking about the weather computer earlier, and I think the program that was running it froze. Interesting. If only in a very bad way. If so, I'm actually really surprised because that's never happened before. I just looked up and happened to see it. Oh, it's always fixing something. Life of the Baldy-in-Chief when I'm not talking on...
I'm making a dash up towards southern Oklahoma, Davis out mountain area, that Davis out overlook area.
That was meteorologist Jason Cooley. It's always something. If I'm not talking on a video, I'm having to fix stuff off a screen. What time is it? Oh yeah, this thing froze 15 minutes ago. What on earth? Why did it do that? I don't know if Jason's listening. If he is, well, this program completely crashed 15 minutes ago. Just completely out of the blue. I'm gonna have to completely reset it. Sorry, I'm talking about one of the other computers I have over here. I was talking about the software, 15 minutes ago, and it crashes right when I do that. Oh, come here, other keyboard. Very interesting. I don't know why it did that. But again, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas. I'll zoom back out with my other mouse now that I'm playing with mouses galore. One mouse in the left hand, one in the right. It's the worst that could possibly happen with that. You'd see, yeah, we've got some storms. Some are strong, could have small hail, but at this point, none are considered severe with quarter-size hail, damaging winds over 58 miles an hour, or tornadoes. Very interesting. Interesting. the Weather Channel is fixed on Texas Weather Center. I can't tell you why it did what it did, though. That's very interesting. I'm going to actually try to fix this real quick. Again, we have no severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. Watching a storm near Castroville. Watching a storm in western Travis County for some small hail. We got storms near Canton. And a storm near Richland. All right on the edge of trying to be severe with hail, gusty winds. But nothing that has actually hit that 1-inch diameter mark yet. I wouldn't be shocked, though. So we'll probably hear the thing tell us there's a severe thunderstorm warning at some point. Wow, I'm good, aren't I?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bahar and Medina County in Texas.
Yes, sir. That. Okay, so that'll be a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that is near Castroville, moving towards Bexar County. We'll talk about that now that I think I fixed what was broken. Give me just a second. Sorry, that was Jason Cooley. I had to.
Oh, wow, that's strange. Thanks for letting me know. Let them keep an eye on that.
I was explaining what broke on the weather PC. Alright, so it is 9:56 p.m. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now. We'll press the magical button of life. There's going to be a severe storm just north of Castroville, moving pretty much right towards the San Antonio metropolitan area. Sorry, I'm getting my keyboard stuff set up. That's why I try to keep just every monitor I have on this one computer so I don't have to have more than one keyboard sitting around. Alright, so again, let me clear some of these off. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing at least quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to be moving east into western Bexar County over the next several minutes. Buttons. What is that on that Granger? Okay, we're going to switch this then. Press that. Sorry, I'm getting my radar set up. I've got 3 or 4 different radar monitors running, different radar sites to maintain situational awareness. Okay, so again, this is going to be an issue for, well, San Antonio, most of Bexar County, Leon Valley, Castle Hills, Olms Park, eventually China Grove, Kirby, Converse, Universal City, Selma. This thunderstorm has the potential of producing at least quarter-size hail, though I'll be honest, the radar indicates it may be closer to golf ball, as it moves east at 40 miles an hour. So, let me turn off storm tracks. I'll make my own storm track, and we'll give y'all some timing information on this. I'm going to try, might get it a little early for you, but let's make it a little larger. Let's do this. We've got east at 41, so I'm going to do 43. This will be in Hazardous at about 10:10, Leon Valley 10:15, downtown San Antonio 10:25 to 10:30, Highway 90 and pretty much the West Loop. So 410 and Highway 90 on the west side of town, about 10 to 10:15. Highway 90, 410 on the east side of town for China Grove, about 10:30 to 10:35. Universal City, 10:40. Kirby, well, again, 10:35. Hollywood Park, if it hits that far north, 10:25. Downtown San Antonio, 10:25 to 10:30. China Grove, 10:35 to 10:40, with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. We're also seeing a wind signature with this storm. We could have some stronger winds around Castroville right now, maybe up 55, 60 miles per hour. So again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Medina, northwestern Bexar County until 10:45 p.m. for a severe thunderstorm about 6 miles northwest of Castroville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. All right, let's look north. We've got some storms, strong but not severe thunderstorm in Travis County, approaching northwest sides of the city of Austin, Cedar Park, Round Rock, Pflugerville. This storm is going to be moving east-northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour as well. The potential for nickel-size hail, 55 to 60 mile per hour winds. Looks like we have a storm on Highway 190. This one near San Saba could be dropping some hail just northeast of town. That should be moving east. And then these storms that are moving into portions of northeast and eastern North Texas. Showers and thunderstorms. It's raining. Paris, Clarksville, DeKalb, Bogota, Mount Pleasant, Cooper. It's raining. Maybe some lightning. Nothing else. And then a storm east of Wills Point on 19 between Edgewood and the city of Canton. There could be some nickel-size hail with that. Maybe some 50-mile-an-hour winds. A lot of lightning. And then otherwise, the storms we were dealing with a little earlier northwest towards Wichita Falls, those are gone. The farthest south those storms now extend is near Velma and Tatum's, Oklahoma. That's going to be moving over the Arbuckle Mounds about mile marker, let's say about mile marker 50 to 60 on Interstate 35 up in Oklahoma. Take a quick look at that line of storms. It's not going to impact Texas at all. Some strong winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. And again, the only severe thunderstorm warning we have in the state of Tejas is going to be this thunderstorm riding down Highway 90 into the city of, well, San Antonio. For what it's worth, the hail indications continue to ramp up on this, so easily, yeah, we could have golf ball-size hail. But at the same time, if it keeps ramping up, we'll do what we always like to do in the middle of the night, and that's drop big hail in big places. I really hope not, but again, we'll keep an eye on it, and we're not going anywhere. I mean, we're streaming on the Facebag, the Tweeter, the YouHoot, the TikTok. I haven't found a nickname for TikTok yet. The TikTok-a-lot? TikTok it is. We're streaming on Twitch. We're streaming on 2 YouHoot channels. And I haven't had a chance to look at analytics today in great detail, but from what I can tell, we've had well over 300,000 viewers today on all the platforms combined. So that's a big responsibility. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And as always, we accept feedback, good and bad, as long as the bad isn't just trolling us saying, wow, you're an ugly, bald-headed whatever. So, we'll see. But again, biggest short-term issue. You got a storm in northern Travis County moving towards Round Rock, Pflugerville, Hutto, with maybe some dime-sized hail, lightning, gusty winds, heavy rain. A severe thunderstorm with up to golf ball-sized hail north of Castro, moving towards Leon Valley, the west sides of Bexar County. Romedia is what it's over right now. And it's going to be riding the Potranco Road all the way east until it turns into 1957 and hits 410. And honestly, you can almost see what looks like a hook, which is interesting, but I mean, a storm is behind an outflow boundary, so we don't expect tornado genesis issues. But still, it's interesting to see that kind of a signature. It just means we have a very organized supercell. I really don't think we're going to have tornado issues with this storm. It's behind an outflow boundary. The surface winds are out of the northwest, which would typically indicate a minimal to zilch tornado issue. But definitely a very intense supercell. We've gone from severe storm to nasty storm with a pretty good hail signature, unfortunately. At least golf ball size hail possible. Look, I'll be honest. If this does what the storms up north did, it's going to be bigger than golf ball size hail here soon. But we haven't had any ground reports. And until we figure out exactly how big the hail is reaching the ground, I can't correlate that directly to the radar signature here. If the radar's right, we've got baseball to softball size hail, 40,000 feet aloft, just banging around, but that melts as it comes down typically. So, but easily we could probably have at least golf ball size hail with this northeast of Castroville right now. This is going to be crossing over 1604 very shortly near Potranco Road and 151 as it moves into Leon Valley. So we're going to know soon because this thing's moving east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Further north, a strong storm with maybe some dime to nickel size hail moving into Cedar Park, Round Rock, Pflugerville. Eventually it'll make its way towards Hutto and Taylor. We could have some gusty winds, maybe 45 miles an hour, heavy rain, lightning. Other than that, that storm isn't tornadic, isn't producing big hail or big wind. We got some strong storms. One strong storm, Athens to Navarro to Eureka to southwest of Currens, moving east. That could have some dime-sized hail, quick round of heavy rain. Same thing goes. Enchanted Oak, Tool, Gun Barrel City, Maybank, moving east. Maybe some heavy rain. Small hail. Same thing goes. Grand Saline, Alba. You could have some dime-sized hail here in just a minute or two. Maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning. And that's about it, really. The storms across the northern half of the state, definitely a lot weaker than they were earlier. We're in much better shape now than we were. So, enjoy the rain. No damaging hail up there with any of that stuff right now, and probably not going to be. I can't totally rule it out up there, but I was asking the software. If you want to have good interactive weather radar plus local weather conditions, I recommend the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device. In terms of the software we're using, this is called WSV3 with several customizations to get the color table the way I like it. Those of you who watched us last year know we had a gray background. It's because the satellite data, especially down here by the border, you can see it belches out, really. It doesn't look great. But I decided, you know what, I kind of like the satellite, so it may not look great at times, but at least it gives us a glance. It's a little better than the gray. There's a new version of this software supposed to be out, I believe, late this year or next year that will give new sources for satellite data a lot of improvements, but it's called WSV3. Its developer is Paul Merv.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles west of Rio Medina in Medina County.
Well, there's
Texas.
a report.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches.
$50.
Reported by Coco Ross. Additional information, Coco Ross reported 1 to 1.25 inch hail.
It's always good when you start smelling electrical burning. Okay, so $50 size hail reported with this, and this is back when it looked a little weaker. I'm going to have to drink a throat lozenge, but I'm going to drink some water first. Okay, your live will end in 4 minutes, 20 seconds. I think not. Fixed. Okay, got to report a nickel-size hail in West Austin from that storm, so yeah, it makes sense. Again, we have one severe storm in the state. It's this storm moving into the San Antonio metro. The potential for ping pong to golf ball size hail, winds up to 60 miles an hour. So again, San Antonio, get ready. It's about to storm. Some rain, strong winds, maybe up to golf ball size hail. Let's see what we got going on up north. We got some showers and storms, nothing that's producing big hail, big wind, or tornadoes, but heavy rainfall, lightning, small hail, gusty winds across this area. Here, let's switch to this. We'll do a statewide view. Let me turn off the satellite. I really need to save that again when it's not with satellite. We'll switch to that. We'll switch to that. We'll switch to that. I'm going to real quick try to... That's not what I wanted. Big sad. Sorry. I was trying to save it as a new preset, but all it did was like... I know, very descriptive words. Alright, so again, here's over the last... I'm going to try to get this to just load an hour. You can see storms weakened, northeast Texas, eastern North Texas, no severe weather in progress. Storms capable of strongest at this point, maybe dime-sized hail, 45-mile-an-hour wind gust, a lot of heavy rain, lightning. We're getting a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning now, about 20 to 30 miles ahead of this storm in Bexar County. Leon Valley, Balcone Heights, Castle Hills, Shavano Park, Hollywood Park, Alamo Heights, San Antonio. Y'all are getting lightning strikes ahead of that storm. So remember, when lightning roars, go indoors, because you can be struck by lightning. Otherwise, again, the only storm that's actually producing big hail at this point is the one moving into San Antonio. Storm moving into Austin, north side of Austin. Small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, some lightning. It's in Pflugerville and Round Rock right now. I don't know why I do the whole thing with Pflugerville, but you know what? At some times of the day, you just gotta smile and say it's okay. Boy, someone's gonna collect all these clips of me singing and making David-isms and probably just turn them into a short on YouTube. Oh. Alright, so again, only severe storm we have right now is the city of San Antonio. Back to that. Go back to the super duper high res radar. We'll press it and you can see it wants to say uh-oh-y. Alright, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. Stop it. There we go. So again, northwest sides of San Antonio to Leon Valley, it's about to storm with hail. Kelly Air Force Base, you could get some strong winds and hail here in the next 15 minutes. Potential for wind gust up to 60 miles an hour, potential for up to golf ball size hail, especially very shortly along along 151 at 410. 471 up through 410 and then over to 1604. Probably staying south of Bandera Road through Leon Valley, but as you go east of 410, well, your risk increases. It's pretty much moving towards downtown San Antonio, honestly. Storm with the potential of golf ball size hail. No, I don't want it to play an hour's worth of data. I literally just want it to play a half hour. Here you go. Last half hour. So again, potential for up to golf ball size hail in the next several minutes. Leon Valley, west sides of San Antonio. This storm will be impacting downtown San Antonio in the next 15 minutes. Yes, me. It's their lozenge time. So again, we have one severe storm in the state of Texas right now. It is this thunderstorm moving through Leon Valley, the western sides of the city of San Antonio. This thunderstorm is moving east at 50 miles an hour. The potential for damaging hail up to golf ball size. If it's smaller, I'd be okay with that too. I think it's safe to say we know where meteorologist Jason Cooley ended up. Those of you who can't see it as well, there was a very large water tower in his shot that happens to say Windstar on it. So Mr. Cooley is located along Interstate 35 for all intent and purposes. Thackerville, Oklahoma, or the border of Texas and Oklahoma on Interstate 35. The magical land of Windstar. San Antonio. You're in for an ouchies. Potential for golf ball size hail, at least. Yeah, it might be bigger, honestly. We just haven't had many reports yet. So if there's nothing, that's good. But it could be big hail. Damaging hail. Strong wind gusts. No tornadoes. No spinny, spinny, doom, doom. Storms in northeast Texas and east Texas. Not severe. Heavy rain. Maybe some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Pea to dime size hail. Same thing goes for that storm currently over Pflugerville, Round Rock, Windermere moving northeast towards Georgetown, Jonah, Hutto, Taylor. And I'm gonna do this. Here's the latest scan. You can see the storm moving east into San Antonio. Don't worry about the hook. It's not a tornado. But there is big hail right now, likely in western portions of San Antonio. Thank you, Aqua. Dime-size hail. If it's only dime-size hail, that would be great. Radar showing there could be some very, very large hail aloft. So if it's not reaching the surface, that would be great. We're showing the largest hail right now around 410 and the Colbera Road area. There's no tornadoes in Texas. Be honest, I don't expect any tornadoes for the rest of the night in Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bexar, Comal, and Guadalupe County in Texas.
All right. That's a San Antonio storm. Severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Guadalupe County, central Bexar County, and southeastern Comal counties until 11:15 in south central Texas. At 10:20 p.m., a severe storm is located near Leon Valley or near San Antonio, moving east of 45. Hazard, golf ball size hail. Locations include San Antonio, New Braunfels, Seguin, Universal City, Live Oak, Selma, San Antonio International Airport, Randolph Air Force Base, Leon Valley, Jalitos, Kirby, Alamo Heights, Windcrest, Terrell Hills, Garden Ridge, Shavano Park, Hollywood Park, and McQueenie. Again, this storm is capable of producing golf ball size hail as it moves through San Antonio at 45 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track on it. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Do what they say, 45. Cool, we'll do 46. Okay, so downtown San Antonio, pretty much in the next 5 minutes. Alamo
Texas
Heights.
Local storm report from Leon Valley in Bexar County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, ping-pong-sized hail reported in Leon Valley from Train Spotter.
There you go. Ground truth. Alamo Heights, the next 5 minutes. Selma, 10:35 to 10:40. Universal City, 10:35 to 10:40. Converse, 10:30 to 10:35. Kirby, 10:30. China City, 10:30 to 10:35. St. Hedwig, 1040, 1045. Marion, 1050. New Berlin, 1050 to 1054. Seguin, about 11 to 1105. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing up to golf ball size hail. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Ping pong the golf ball size hail currently in Leon Valley down to Balcone Heights. About to move over the north sides of San Antonio. Alamo Heights. Castle Hills. Seguin, thank you. See a radar scan update coming in now. Again, no tornado concerns with this. This is behind an outflow boundary. If not for that and the northwest surface winds, then yeah, that hook signature would be pretty spooky, but that is quite unlikely to become a tornado issue. Hail? Yeah, you get hail. Wind? Yeah, you might get some 40, 50 mile an hour winds. Heavy rain? Yes, sirree, Bob. Lightning? Yes, sirree, Bob. Taylor, Circleville, Jonah, Hutto, you're getting rain, maybe some very small hail. Oh, checking reports. All right, it's 10:25 p.m. We've been live since 5 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing ping-pong to golf ball size hail currently moving through Balcone Heights to northwest and northern sides of San Antonio. Alamo Heights, Terrell Hill, you are next. The potential for ping-pong to golf ball size hail. This storm will continue moving east-northeast up towards Kirby, Windcrest, Live Oak, Universal City. You can see hail core now.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles east-southeast of SeaWorld in Behar County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, a train spotter reported 1/4 inch hail.
See, don't you like that automated reporting voice we started with this spring? It's really good at helping maintain situational awareness. All right, so long story short, this storm will continue moving east-northeast about 40 to 50 miles an hour towards Selma, Universal City, Marion, Seguin, and eventually, if it continues, it may make it to Lulling by about 11:30. Seguin about 11 o'clock, Marion about 10:50, New Berlin about 10:50 to 10:55, Universal City, you've got about 10 minutes. Kirby, yeah, you got like 5. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Hopefully it's closer to quarter. No tornadoes. I haven't really heard of any damaging winds out of this either. Further northeast, as we take a look, storms have exited Austin, exited Round Rock. It'll quit raining in Georgetown shortly. It's all done in Pflugerville. Hutto, you'll be done in the next 5-10 minutes. Taylor to Granger, you're about to get a quick round of heavy rain, maybe some pea-size hail. That storm's moving northeast. at about 50 miles an hour. North Texas, northeast Texas, couple of scattered showers and storms, one strong storm near mini-OLED equipment, maybe some pea-sized hail, winds of 50 miles an hour. Otherwise, the severe weather threat has ended, unless we see a couple more storms fire up along the Red River, but that doesn't look like it's happening right now. So we're left with one severe thunderstorm, and that's that storm currently moving across northern Bexar County, just north of San Antonio, towards Kirby and Universal City. And again, the storm in northern Bexar County has the potential of producing quarter, ping pong, maybe even up to golf ball size hail, though it seems to be mostly quarters at this point, maybe a ping pong or two. In Alamo Heights, downtown San Antonio, up towards Windcrest, Kirby, staying north of China Grove, up towards Selma, eventually Seguin. But the storm itself seems to be... it's not intensifying is a good thing, but it's still strong. I'll switch back to the loop. Leon Valley, you're done with this. You're clear. Balcone Heights, you'll be clear here in the next couple of minutes. Castle Hills, you're getting some rain, but hail should be bye-bye, if you had any. Kirby, you're in for it next, the potential for quarter-size hail. Downtown San Antonio, you're just getting skirted. It looks like you'll be done with this in the next 5 minutes. Springfield, Missouri is under a tornado warning. Let's take a gander at that. Yeah, I can see why. They're having issues tonight up there in southwest Missouri. They keep having tornadoes. Someone asked earlier what happened to all the tornadoes. Well, the answer is they didn't start until about 8 o'clock in northeast Oklahoma, and they're still going in Missouri. Dun, 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 dun. But again, it looks like we're on the tail end of today's severe weather threat in the state of Texas. We only have one severe storm. That's a storm producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail across northern Bexar County. About to take a jog up Interstate 10 towards Seguin. At times, there may be a quarter-size hailstone or two out of this, but then once we're done with this, a pretty nice cool front's going to come on into the state of Texas. We'll be cooler tomorrow, highs in the 50s, 60s, northwestern half of the state. Then on Wednesday, high temperatures will be in the 60s and 70s in the entire state. It'll be nice. We'll slowly warm up on Thursday and Friday, highs returning to the 70s to right around 80. With our next chance of rain arriving as we get into the weekend. Unfortunately for the eclipse on Monday, yeah, don't bet on it in Texas. The whole path is probably going to be under dense, overcast skies with showers and storms possible. So, in terms of a forecast, it's actually, unfortunately, pretty easy. The difficult part's trying to figure out, is it actually going to be cloudy or not? No, unfortunately, there's a 80 to 90% chance it's going to be completely cloudy. But that's always possible to change as we get into later in the week. We'll be keeping an eye on it for sure, but alas, alas. So again, we have one severe storm, currently from Windcrest to Kirby, exiting northeastern San Antonio, the potential for quarter-size hail, the storm moving east-northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. That is the only severe storm we have. We have a strong storm northeast of Taylor to near Granger, producing pea-size hail, the potential for wind gusts of maybe 40 miles an hour. As we go into North Texas, well, we've got a few storms along the leading edge of a cold front from just northeast of Nakona to Springer, those behaving. We have a strong storm north of Mineola near Quitman. We'll switch and take a look at that. The potential for some gusty winds, pea-size hail, maybe dime-size hail, heavy rain. The overall severe weather threat seems to be limited now to the hill country with a single thunderstorm. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the statewide view. So, let's switch. We're going to switch our upper third setting. And what I'm going to do is literally, I'm just going to let this model data load. Turn off site labels. And I'm just going to load a loop from midnight. We'll go through noon tomorrow, and I'll even load cloud cover. Now, I'm going to let this animation load. This is what the data suggests the radar may look like at about 1 a.m. Tuesday, so in less than 2 hours. Well, yeah, about 2 hours. All right. So now that we should have most of this data coming in, come on. Let's take a look. Now, as you can see, storms, we're going to be done in the next few hours probably, at least with severe weather chances. You can see cool front, I'll bring some cloud cover in. You can definitely see that as the cloud line moves from northwest to southeast, northern half of the state. Precipitation chances pretty much ending by sunrise Tuesday, with dry weather across a majority of Texas, maybe a couple of showers late tomorrow morning, far west Texas. You can see the rain will exit the panhandle of Texas. And tomorrow shaping up to be a pretty nice day. Definitely much cooler northwestern half of the state with temperatures in the 50s, low 60s. Still warm southeastern half of the state with 70s, 80s. And then on Wednesday, we'll have cooler conditions statewide. A nice early spring day. Temperatures making it up into the 60s and 70s. As we go into Thursday and Friday, we'll slowly warm up a few degrees each day with temperatures topping out in the 70s to low 80s. Our next chance for precipitation after tonight looks to hold off until Saturday and Sunday, unfortunately continuing into Monday, where the eclipse viewing conditions are not expected to be favorable in the path of totality in the state of Texas, and frankly, along a majority of the path of the United States, it looks like. So that appears to be a pretty easy forecast. Is you're going to see the eclipse in Texas? Unless you're airborne, probably. But we'll keep an eye on the data, and perhaps things will change. But we'll take a much more detailed look at that in the Tuesday morning edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. All right, let's get back to it. So again, we're probably on the final legs of our severe weather chances today in the state of Texas, even with the couple of showers and storms continuing overnight, maybe the chance for a severe storm or two. The current severe thunderstorm we're dealing with, a storm capable of producing quarter-size hail over Converse to Windcrest, Live Oak, riding up Interstate 10 to the northeast towards Seguin, Marion. Eventually, this storm, if it survives long enough, will be near Luling at 11:30 p.m. San Antonio, you are clear. This storm has exited your area. We'll have to make sure no other storms try to fire up again farther west. Can't rule it out, but at this point, just a few showers and storms out there. We definitely appreciate everyone who have subscribed to us on Texas Weather Center, our YouTube channel. We've had several of you join us on that, the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Had a lot of folks watching on other social media platforms as well. Many of you have found our free mobile app. Many of you didn't know we had a mobile app, but we do. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download devices for your... I did it again. Download apps for your devices, your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, daily Texas weather roundup forecasts, live severe weather coverage, and live storm chasing videos as, well, needed. So that's where you can keep up with us on the day-to-day, not just during these severe weather events. We'll take a look at the state again. Again, you can see we've got good rains. Northwestern, northern Texas panhandle. That's beneficial rain up there. Nothing bad about that. Across portions of northeast Texas, the Arklatex, eastern North Texas. Showers, a few storms. Nothing, nothing intensifying, nothing strong. At this point, just some good rain, some thunder, some lightning, maybe some very, very small hail. That activity generally moving off the northeast about 50 miles an hour. Can't rule out a couple of storms trying to fire up again in North Texas over the next few hours, but so far we're doing pretty good. Further south, you can see the storms we had east of the dry line, central Texas, the hill country, south central Texas, are mostly weakened, minus the one storm now northeast of San Antonio, but we do note a couple of showers trying to develop again in the northern Edwards Plateau. That just indicates we have some upper level lift continuing across the region, meaning we can't totally rule out a new thunderstorm. Can we check Jason Cooley's cam? Sure. To be honest, given where they are, I wouldn't be shocked if they're inside Windstar. In fact, I am pretty confident that may be where they're at. But yeah, they are in Thackerville, Oklahoma. just north of the Red River near Windstar on Interstate 35. So again, we take a look at the loop over the last 2 hours. We'll keep an eye on these storms, or showers at least, trying to redevelop over the northern Edwards Plateau, but nothing really going on with that. Main weather story will continue to be a few showers and storms overnight into early Tuesday morning. And then a cool front will be moving southeast across the state tomorrow, bringing northwest winds, cooler temperatures, and a much drier air mass to the state, knocking humidity out. And again, North Texas, I'm looking at the radar right now. Literally, all we have, a couple showers with some lightning, so technically thunderstorms, but nothing severe. Light to moderate rainfall, a few lightning strikes. A single strong storm near Quitman with maybe some pea-sized hail, 40-mile-an-hour winds. Heavier rain, and then a line of thunderstorms moving across southern and northeastern Oklahoma. That will not be an issue for us. You can see they're having issues even getting going south of Red River. That's a low probability scenario for that, but anyway, that's not really expected to be an issue. There goes the voice. And again, we have a single severe thunderstorm remaining. Moving up through Converse towards Seguin on Interstate 10. The potential for quarter-size hail on Interstate 10. Now east of the Anderson Loop. It'll be moving out of Converse shortly, away from Randolph Air Force Base up towards Marion, McQueeney, Seguin, Santa Clara, Zoul, staying north of St. Hedwig, north of New Belen, southeast of New Braunfels, maybe up towards Geronimo. Sorry. But again, the storm itself, quarter-size hail, maybe a little larger, but we haven't had any recent reports, thankfully. Nevertheless, storm does remain capable of producing severe caliber hail in the form of quarters. We'll do a storm track now. Seguin, 11 to 11:05. If it survives, Luling. Sorry. I have a camera right in the middle of this monitor, so it's hard for me to see that. Luling, about 11:25 to 11:30. If it made it a little further south, Gonzales, about 11:40. I don't bet on it. So again, Seguin, 11 to 11:05. Luling, about 11:25 to 11:30. If it made it to Gonzales, about 11:40. But at some point, this thing's going to weaken as it starts to outrun the more unstable air mass. Which is A-okay with me. So again, this is the only severe storm we have, which means we are about to ramp down, it looks like. Rest of the stuff we have is scattered showers and storms, maybe some very small hail, 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds, brief moderate to heavy rainfall, and lightning. Otherwise, this storm, moving towards Seguin, remains the only severe storm, and maybe the last one we deal with tonight. Knock on wood. Can't totally guarantee it across the hill country, but perhaps we can say nighty-night shortly to it all. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model again. give you all a timeline. Load the data. All right, here we go. So again, you can see outside of a few scattered showers overnight, we're really about done with this in terms of a sustained severe weather threat, minus the ongoing severe storm on Interstate 10 near Zool, moving up towards Seguin. We'll see skies clear out nicely tomorrow across most of the state. Some upper-level clouds possible as a cool front moves southeast. A couple of showers maybe in the Trans-Pecos, Guadalupe, Davis Mountains, and far west Texas around El Paso. Severe thunderstorms are not expected with that activity. And we'll see a much cooler, drier air mass arrive with that cool front for Tuesday night, and Wednesday, with high temperatures on Wednesday only in the 60s and 70s across the state, back into the 70s to right around 80 on Thursday and Friday. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, based on the current behavior of said stormies and the probability that we are in the final stages of this event, I think it seems like a pretty good time to start winding things down and saying goodnight. We're still going to be here, but unless something new happens, I am hopeful that we will soon be devoid of any sort of severe thunderstorm mischief as conditions continue to settle down across the state after an active day of hail, wind, a single tornado warning for portions of Johnson County, but we definitely had hail, that's for sure. Storms this afternoon fired a little earlier and a lot farther west than initially expected. Fired along the dry line west of Abilene, west of San Angelo, which we were thinking it was going to be closer to Mineral Wells when initiation happened. So that was because temperatures ended up being a little higher than expected. We had some clearing skies, which allowed temperatures to warm, bust through that lid on the atmosphere, the capping version, and what's called the convective temperature. And once that happened, storms went up, and in an environment supportive of supercells with very large to giant hail, damaging straight-line winds. We had an 88-mile-an-hour wind gust in Albany, along with baseball-size hail. Sounds like we had softball-size hail in Rome, which is a community in Wise County, northwestern DFW Metroplex. The storm across northern San Antonio looks like we had generally quarter to golf ball size hail at times. That could have been a lot worse, but fortunately, it doesn't look like we did too shabby. Definitely didn't have to deal with the amount of severe weather Missouri's dealing with tonight, and the Ohio Valley, southeastern United States will be dealing with tomorrow with what could be a tornado outbreak. For us tonight, we are in the final stages. Things are calming down. You can see we've got steady rain in the Panhandle and areas that were burning a month ago. They need it. We've got scattered showers and storms, northeast Texas, the central Texas, the Brazos Valley, with the severe weather threat diminishing, not completely zero. We can't rule out a storm with some hail, gusty winds overnight, but the way it looks now, I think it's safe to say we are probably just about done. So as we approach 10:52 this evening, I want to say thank you to all those who tuned in for us today. I think this may have been our most watched live stream ever in terms of severe weather coverage. I want to thank everyone. That wasn't the right button. I want to thank everyone who tuned in today. I'll go through after this and into tomorrow to see all the analytics, the super chats, the stars, everything. But I want to thank everyone who did participate today, whether it was hitting that like button on the video, hitting the subscribe button, sharing it, commenting, joining the community. Seriously, thank you. We don't take this responsibility lightly. I know there are many out there nowadays that do weather coverage nationally. For us, we continue to focus on Texas. Sure, we storm chase nationally. We're going to have storm chasers in Ohio tomorrow, but the weather coverage from Baldy-in-Chief, no siree, Bob. That's here just for the state of Texas. That's what we do. And we do that because we love Texas. It's our community, and we want to give back any way we can. So that's why we're here. We appreciate your support. We appreciate the fact we're able to do this, that God's put us in a place for that. So with that being said, I think we are at a safe point where we can wind down for the evening, stop talking, take some throat lozenges, go to the bathroom, and we'll be here. If something happens, we'll be back. But otherwise, I just wanted to say thank you very much for trusting in us to provide you with weather information this evening. Spring's just getting started, and, well, we're going to be here for you. That being said, thank you very much. If you want to watch our 24/7 weather channel, you're welcome to do so. Texas Weather Center on YouTube. We'll have a page on our website in the next few days. I realized earlier we didn't have that. But yeah, we do have a weather channel now for the state of Texas. We've invested heavily in equipment for that. Trust me, my wallet can attest. And we're about to really ramp up on that. That's going to be a beautiful product. And it's going 24/7. It has been since January. So you want to go watch that, head on over. Texas Weather Center on YouTube. Otherwise, we'll be back bright and early Wednesday morning. Correction, it's Monday. Tuesday morning by 7 a.m. with the Tuesday edition of the Texas Weather Roundup. Update sooner if needed. Y'all have a great evening. Welcome to April. Thank you very much for joining us, and God bless.